Jesus Christ. All right. Let's get this thing going. Oh, puppy. Watch out, buddy. Oh my gosh, scared the crap out of me. Wow, that's a picture of the tornado that's on the ground right now in Maryland. I'm getting everything set up on my end. That's why I restarted the stream. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Oh my goodness. I hope it's not going to be one of those nights. It's a big tornado. It's moving around and there's a lot of population there. A ton. I know this area very well. I used to live there. Millions of people live there. Millions. If you're anywhere in these tornado warning zones right here, you need to be taking cover now. This is a very serious tornado. This is no joke. Holy cow. Whoa, look at that. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I don't know how many people are watching the stream right now, but if anybody's in Baltimore, Maryland, you need to be taking shelter now. That picture to the right up there is a picture taking of the tornado. It's on the ground right now. That was when it was in Montgomery County. It's now in Baltimore, and it doesn't show any sign of slowing down. Not by wow. This is a this isn't like a tornado in Kansas or Oklahoma where there's like no population. This is a heavily populated area. This is a metropolitan area. There's millions of people living there, tons of houses, tons of businesses. This is really a scary one. My goodness. Oh my God. Now radar Omega. Come on. I'm going to move this over. I need room. Was that Valley's Corner? Oh my goodness. I know everybody that I know a lot of people there right now. What? Getting a lot of conflicting different reports here, but I'm just I'm relying on radar. There's a lot of different reports on Twitter and everything, and I'm gonna rely on radar. I'm not relying on all these other ones here. This is East Baltimore. Oh my gosh. Let's see. This is not normal for in if you're not familiar with Baltimore and Maryland, this isn't typical at all. Reporting confirmation of at least 6 tornadoes in Maryland. And there's reports of tornadoes touchdown in Ohio. Okay. This caught me off guard, so because like I said, they don't hardly ever have tornadoes in Maryland. Ever, ever, ever. I grew up there, and this is bad. Okay. All right, I'm going to go over these really quick, just to catch up. A lot of tornado warnings right now in Ohio, but it looks like the majority, confirmed tornadoes right now on the ground are in Baltimore, Maryland. We have Knox County, Ohio, Delaware, Ohio, Baltimore, Maryland, Marion, Ohio, Delaware, Ohio, Marion, Ohio again, Hartford, Maryland, Kent, Maryland, Baltimore, Maryland, Knox, Ohio. A lot of those are duplicates, but those are just ones that they went ahead and extended the warnings for. We may still have a tornado on the ground. I believe it looks like it's just east of Edgewood. That's what it looks like to me, but wow, look at that. I've never seen anything like this in Maryland. Ever, ever, ever. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, I'm really familiar with Glen Burnie. I used to go to a lot of my doctor's appointments in Glen Burnie. Right there, man. Wow. This is crazy. I never thought I would be looking at a tornado in Maryland on a radar. Look over here. Dang. And I went ahead and reposted these photos of the tornado in Maryland. When this photo was taken, it was in Lansdowne in Montgomery County. It looks like the storm is pretty much blown out of downtown Baltimore, but it looks like it's going in a northeastern direction toward Aberdeen, south of Bel Air, and it's just running kind of like just right along 95 to the south of 95. If you're anywhere in that area, you need to take cover. These are, oof. Somebody just posted on Twitter that this is the fifth confirmed tornado on the ground in Maryland. I don't know. Maybe it was only four, but somebody said five. The first one I saw was four, but that doesn't. I just need to zoom out really quick just to see. Okay. I'm not ignoring Ohio. It's just that this tornado is confirmed on the ground right now. There are tornado warnings up in Ohio, but this one's on the ground right now. Well, I know a lot of people up there in that Edgewood area. As soon as I heard it going off, I was like texting people as fast as I could. That kind of slowed me down getting the stream restarted, but it's probably, I'm going to try to draw a little. It's probably headed this way right here. That's probably where the next tornado warning is going to be issued for, right in that area right there. I will be jumping up to Ohio here in just a second. I just want to. I'm still catching up on some of these weather not weather alerts, but emergency alerts on the internet here. So I'm sorry if I'm not talking that much. It's just I'm reading as fast as I can. And just for reference, I'm going to zoom out. You can see where Washington, D.C. is down here. If you're not familiar with the D.C., Baltimore, Glen Burnie area, this is D.C. down here, right in the center. And Baltimore is just to the northeast, up 95. Shocking, man. This is crazy. Wow. I saw a report that there was something near Roseville, but I'm not seeing it right now. There are some high winds. I just don't see any rotation right now. All right, I'm gonna. Actually, there's only one more. There's only one tornado warning for Ohio right now. That's Knox County. But we're still under a tornado warning that's observed in Hartford County, Kent, Maryland, and Baltimore. We already know that that was observed. We're looking at the pictures of it right now. So there's no doubt that. And there's just the only question is, was there 4 or 5? Some people are saying 4, some people are saying 5. Gosh, I really hope there's not any more dropping. What in the world? I don't see any rotation right now. I think it's clear. Just to update, it's 8:22 Central Time. So over here in Baltimore, in Maryland, it's 9:22. They're Eastern, and it's probably but that picture was taken 2 hours ago. Oh, the bottom one was taken an hour ago. I'm sorry. Man, I hope this doesn't start turning up here. I'm telling you, I'm just in shock right now. This is crazy. I spent the first 22 years of my life in this area, and in 22 years, I can count on one hand the time that I saw tornado warnings. I mean, actually touchdowns of a tornado, and they would be like super, super small and last for like 10 seconds. At least from my memory as a kid. This has been the craziest year. This has just been crazy. I've never seen a year like this. Bear with me. I'm just checking some of these other websites in Maryland. I don't really care about the pictures. I'm just trying to get eyewitness reports of what people are seeing on the ground. And there's such a big population there that there's a lot of people posting. So keep in mind, this is not like where I'm at now in nowhere, Kansas. There's literally millions of people that live, in Baltimore and Washington D.C. area. Millions and millions. And the houses aren't spread out. I mean, we're talking like it's condensed. It's like New York. New York. Think of downtown New York City. It's sort of like that, but just spread out over a bigger. It's almost like having two New York cities. Not on scale of New York City, but you got Washington D.C. right here. You got Baltimore up here, and then Northern Virginia is massive. If anybody doesn't know about Northern Virginia, it's massive. And again, I'm sorry I'm not looking at the Ohio one. I'll jump up there right now. I wasn't really seeing anything in Maryland. But the one thing that we will have, because Maryland is such a populated area, there's a lot of news coverage there. So we should be getting a lot of information out of there. Holy moly. I'm just in shock, man. That's crazy. I don't want to be like dramatic or anything like that. I don't get dramatic about, these things. I usually try to stay very calm, but living there, wait a minute, here's the area. Living there all my life, up until my early 20s, I just know those areas so well. This is an area of concern right here. Hold on, let me check. Okay, let me get my bearings where we're at in Ohio. Okay, that's the Cleveland Tower. I don't see any rotation here at all. I mean zero. I mean anything. We just got another tornado warning issued. This is for Hartford and Baltimore, Maryland. Has been extended by 49 minutes. I'm going to jump back down there real quick because I don't see anything in Ohio. Wait a minute, it just updated. Let me go back. Where is it? That's got to be it right there. I think it's pronounced Gambier, Gambier. There it is right there. That's got to be it right there. It looks like Highway 586. It looks like it just blew up a little bit. Not blew up in size. I mean, it blew north. Sorry. Gosh, I'm sorry, this app is not really. I may have to restart it here in a minute. It's really slow and choppy. Where the heck's the wind, though? I'm seeing it on here, but I'm not seeing it on the velocity. What in the world? Yeah, Miss Elise, I think this night's it's gonna be a long one. It's a good thing I got a couple extra Pepsis at the store when I was up there earlier, so I'm gonna need that caffeine. Yeah, I saw that it was observed here in Ohio, but the only place that I see is right here. But I'm not seeing the wind velocities that we normally see. I'm just not seeing it. I mean, I see it here in the coefficient, but I'm not seeing it as far as crazy winds. Not that it needs crazy winds, but you know what I mean. I don't see any rotating winds here. Again, unless there's something goofy with the radar. Yeah, so you're seeing south of Gambier too? That's what I was looking at down here. That's what I'm seeing right here. South of Gambier, west of Artania, and east of Hunt, right on 586. There's a little bit there. That's kind of goofy too. But I'm just for points so people can reference where we're at. Cleveland's up here. Here's Cleveland, and if you're not familiar with the area, it's right down here to the southwest of Cleveland. I'm getting a radar update now. I just heard it click or beep. But there we go. That did it. Okay, when the radar just updated, that's what we needed. We needed a radar update. There we go. Right there. So this is right between Highway 586 and 229. I believe this is it right here. Gosh, I wish this radar would update faster. Oh, man. I'm going to update Twitter and see if we got any more Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. This is Gaithersburg, Maryland. And that's in Montgomery County, just in case you guys don't know. Let me see if it. Wow. Okay. There we go. That's the best I can do right now. Again, this is Gaithersburg, crossing I-370 towards Albany, and in Montgomery County. So we're looking at the radar on the right in Ohio currently, and the video that you're looking at on the left is Montgomery County, Maryland. Sorry. Wow, that's incredible. Man, if there is a tornado down there near Gambier still, I don't think it's very big. There's more rotation though that I picked up on that radar update than we had on the previous one. Hey Brian, how's it going, buddy? There's been another tornado warning issued for Cecil, Maryland. I'm not familiar with where that's at. That must be past Baltimore. Let me go over there and just look at it. If there is a tornado on the ground over in Gambier, Ohio, it's either really small or radar's jacked up. There we go. There's some rotation right there. Wow, this is man. This in Maryland is crazy. I'm actually seeing this in Maryland. This is a whoa. Look right there, the coefficient right there, and right there, the wind velocity right there. Oh my gosh. We may have a tornado on the ground, but it's right over the water. It's right. It's right near the water's edge, near Bally's quarters. That's almost like a classic tornado right there. This reminds me of a lot of what we saw in Kentucky a week and a half ago. In this Kentucky, the population I think I ran on that track was less than 5,000. That we're talking hundreds of thousands here. Not there, not near Bally's Quarter, but the way the tornado track has gone from Baltimore up here. I mean, there was a reported tornado right down by M&T Stadium and where the Baltimore Ravens play and the baseball stadium. I think it's still called. I don't know if they changed the name of it. It used to be called Camden Yards. No, I'm not hearing anything about fatalities or injuries or anything like that. But unfortunately, in a populated area like that, um, unfortunately, it's a possibility. I wish it would just stay in the water and go out there and just die off. Before this touches back down on the ground, I want to go up to Ohio just to see what's going on up there. That little bit of rotation that we saw near Gambier, I don't see it anymore. There's one little teeny spot there, but I don't think it's. I don't think that's a tornado. Yeah. Man, that gave me anxiety right there. Holy cow! About the with the Maryland one, because again, when I'm seeing these pictures on Twitter and on the other ones, it's like I know these places. I know exactly where this is at. Let me slide this over and check back to see if we have any more information here. I just can't get over some of these readings over the water. That's crazy. I've never seen a water spout or anything. I mean, I've seen a water spout in person, but I've never seen a water spout on a radar. And I'm assuming that if this is there is a tornado. Oh, here we go. Here's more rotation right here, like up here, south of Edgewood. Wow. I don't see any debris in the air right in that area though. But that could kick up. There's so many places. Holy cow! There's so many places that could have tornadoes right now in that area. Down here, southeast of Edgewood, in Chelsea, over in Betterton, right here to the west of Betterton, to the north of Betterton. I don't know what the heck's going on over here. Those are just high winds. It's just kind of messy right now. I think it's because it did cross over the water, so it's kind of messy. But there's a lot of potential. Look over here. That's messy right there. That could turn into a tornado right here. And I'm not calling anything out. I'm not saying there's a tornado on the ground. I would never do that. But until I get a confirmation, but holy cow. And like I said, living there 22 years, I can count on one hand confirmed tornadoes in that area. I mean, now I'm not talking about just a little neighborhood. I'm talking about the whole state, the whole D.C., Maryland, Northern Virginia area. We used to get a lot of thunderstorms, but I'm going to pull up WUSA really quick in D.C. and see what they're saying. That's one of the. That's the Fox affiliate. No, I'm sorry. That's the CBS affiliate. They're pretty much the news that we used to watch there. Okay, WUSA is saying that their structures collapsed in Gaithersburg. Montgomery County fire officials are reporting serious damage from tornadic weather. The National Weather Service confirmed two tornadoes on the ground, one in Loudoun County, Virginia, one in Montgomery County. As a result, fire officials are on the scene of three separate structural collapses in Gaithersburg. Each one is around the corner from one another near Gaithersburg High School. The first one is located 400 Dogwood Drive. The second is at 3 Holly Drive, and the third is at 200 Rolling Road. And that photo is basically trees are collapsed on homes. Montgomery Fire and EMS tweeted there are people trapped inside all three structures. 5 people have been rescued from the Dogwood Drive location. 1 person was pinned and needed to be removed via technical rescue team. All 5 have been taken to the hospital. The extent of their injuries is currently unknown. 1 person has been removed from the Holly Drive after a large tree fell in the house. They are being assessed at the scene and taken to a hospital. This ongoing rescue mission, WUSA 9 does have crews on their way to the scene. We will keep you updated with more information. I'm going to pull up WBAL. That's the Baltimore station. WBAL 11. They're reporting it, but they're not they're not showing any damage or anything like that on their website. Wow, their website hasn't been updated in forever. That's trash. Good grief. You're a major news source. You need to update your website, bro. Let me go to WMAR2 in Baltimore. Come on, there's got to be something now. So apparently this started as far over as Virginia, on the Virginia side. Let's see anything there. Wow. Okay, that gives us a little bit better perspective of how big it is. This is just one of the tornadoes. Look at that. That was picked up on a traffic camera. Yeah, at least I'll be on here all night. I'm gonna keep going. Don't worry. We got a lot to cover here. We still have the Midwest to cover and everything, but I'm obviously staying here right now while there's an active tornado on the ground or popping up on the ground. I'm not ignoring Ohio. I'm going to jump back up there in a second. It's just there's so many places right here. Come on. Work with me. Come on, we can do this. There's so many opportunities right here for rotation. Holy cow. Let me get a point of reference where that radar is. It's down there in Denton. I'm not too worried about this one over here. Well, maybe just a little bit to the north of it. Maybe right here, up near Edgewood. And then over here by White Crystal Beach. And still right over there to the east of Betterton. I don't know if we have any viewers in Maryland, but you guys know what to do. You need to be in your safe place right now for anywhere in this area. And if you're looking at those two tornado warnings that are flashing on the screen right now, even if you're between those or to the north or south, these storms are blowing east. So man, I really hope there aren't any casualties in this one. Holy cow. Because it covered such a big area and a huge population so fast. Let me check WMAR really quick again. Oh my gosh, they don't update their websites fast. This should be like, bam, WUSA had it. The Baltimore news sources don't update it as fast. Okay, we have a new tornado warning they just issued for Galena, it looks like. Again, this is Maryland. If you're not familiar with Maryland, this is just west of Baltimore. And Baltimore is just northeast of D.C. There's still 27 more minutes for Kent and Cecil, Maryland. 27 more minutes for Hartford and Baltimore. And we still have that Knox County in Ohio. And the area has been expanded down here to the south, that original one there. Kennedyville, Glencoe, Fredericktown, Galena, Betterton. That's where I was really thinking that we were going to get something to touch down there. Sassafras, Macy's. This is all right along Highway 213 and 290. And if 301, that runs the entire length pretty much of the East Coast. But it runs along 95, essentially. That was the old 95 back in the early days. But 301 is going to be a heavily traveled area. So if you're on 301, stay clear of this area. A lot of damage to homes they're reporting in Montgomery County. Oh, get off there. Yeah, the NBC station is reporting the same exact thing as the CBS one as far as that one area with the 3 homes. But there's going to be more than just those 3 homes that were damaged. There's a lot of damage here. I mean, it's like every town along that way was damaged. So many trees have fallen into homes. And that's the problem with that area too. There are oh wow, I'm watching a video of this one tornado in Gaithersburg. That's Maryland, by the way. So many trees, holy cow, falling into homes. It seems like most of the damage is being caused by falling trees. I mean, we used to get, there's a lot of trees in those areas, especially the neighborhoods. Not so much around the businesses, but in the neighborhoods, there's a lot of trees, and they're very old. And tree limbs. They have every year the counties hire companies to come in and try to trim the trees back, because every time there's a storm, I mean, so many homes are damaged, and so many insurance report issues and stuff like that with homes. And but these trees, I'm just looking at the pictures on the. If you want to look at it, it's WUSA 9 DC. I was looking at that. There's a lot of pictures. Let me go back up here and see. Here's a video of Darnestown. I'm not familiar with Darnestown.
It looks like they're going to merge.
Bob, come upstairs right now. Bob, come upstairs right now.
Oh, gosh darn it. I got to kill the volume on
I see
that.
the tornado.
Look how big that is. That's not a Maryland-sized tornado. Maryland-sized tornadoes are like F-zeros. Look how wide that is. That's like that's got to be at least a half-mile wide tornado. And I'm thinking on the low end. I think that's a minimum of a half a mile wide tornado. Holy cow. Whew-wee. Oh my goodness. Thanks for bearing with me, guys. I'm not talking as much right now is because I'm trying to scour these websites that only because I know that area so well. I know the more popular websites where we're going to get the information, and I'm scanning them as fast as I can, going through them, and at the same time keeping an update on this radar, which is. And hopefully, I don't know if we have any people in the area watching this. We don't have that many viewers, but um, if you happen to be in Maryland or if you know anybody in Maryland, not in the whole state, but obviously in these tornado warnings, call them or remind them if they have the basement, get down into their basement, stay on the lowest floor of their home and the most central part of the house. Um, and obviously stay away from windows. You don't need to be there. You need to be in the central part of your home on the lowest floor possible, preferably a basement. Because again, it looks like the majority of the damage. I mean that these tornadoes are causing a lot of damage. The tornadoes just by themselves, but the winds those tornadoes produce that are on the outside of it are just knocking those trees down. There's so many trees. I mean, look in this video right here. That kind of gives you an idea of what that whole area is like. And when they made the neighborhoods through there, they would just cut through the trees and leave all the trees around the edge. And they would build the houses, right. They wouldn't cut down the trees, just enough to get a road through and just enough to build the house. And they try to keep as many trees as possible. And a lot of these trees are really old. And Maryland isn't used to these kind of winds, from tornadoes. And these trees are just getting lifted up and thrown into houses. I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of all the damage after the storm is going to be from trees. Wow, look at that radar scan from Baltimore. That must have been right before I logged on. That's when it was still in Baltimore, when it was going near M&T Bank Stadium and Camden Yards. Hopefully there wasn't a baseball game there tonight. That's where the Orioles play, is at Camden Yards. There shouldn't be anything going on at the football stadium this time of year. And that's Fox weather reported. Wow, here we go. This one. This is when it was in Columbia, Maryland, right here. I can't play the sound. I don't think that's against YouTube rules, but look at that. It almost looks like it's splitting off into two tornadoes right there. Or maybe it was just the angle that we're looking at. That's when it sucked back up. But right there, it's probably touching down right there. There's videos of all different kinds of tornadoes there. And again, being that this is a heavily populated area, we're going to have more videos and pictures because everybody's got a cell phone on them nowadays. They can just pop it out and take a video. So there's going to be tons of documentation about these storms, probably in the next couple hours. There's already a ton. I mean, it's all over Twitter. And none of them are the same. I see a couple duplicate videos, like look at this one. But they're all, there's going to be millions of videos to, oh no. See what I'm talking about, guys? This is the kind of, if you've never lived in a really high populated area, this is, move over to the left. See that? I mean, that's the kind of traffic that we're talking about at all times, and that's not even rush hour. This is like 3 hours past rush hour. That's just regular traffic. I mean, that's just average. That's not real traffic for them. Millions of people. Look at that. That's probably at what time is it now? 8:57 Central Time. 7. That was probably around 7 o'clock Central Time. I mean, I'm sorry, Eastern Time. So that's like an hour after rush hour. And look at that. That's scary, man. That's really scary. I don't know, Paul. It seems like this whole year, it seems like the majority of all the tornadoes have been hitting at night. And that's the worst time. You know, you can't. That's scary stuff. There's nothing scarier than a thunderstorm with a tornado at night. It's just so unpredictable. You can't see anything, especially when it's rain wrapped like that one is right there. You can't really see exactly where the tornado is. We can get a pretty good indication on radar, but man, that's big. And I wonder if that's the same one that we saw on the other traffic cam, because we were having reports of 4 to 5 that were on the ground, not at the same time, but 4 or 5 total. See here, oh my gosh, here's one from Gaither's. Oh, hold on, I killed one. I'm sorry. Let me. Look at this. This is a guy's his camera in his car. Look at those. Look at those traffic lights swaying. Whoa! You can see the explosion right there from the power line. It just got ripped out of that pole. That's in Gaithersburg. Man, look at them trees just being pushed around like it's nothing. There goes another flash. Holy cow. Another power line just got ripped out of that pole. Can you imagine being in traffic? Man, it's not like Kansas and Oklahoma where you have these dirt roads and you just, kind of go around the squares. And so, whoa, there goes a tree up in the air. Wow. When you're in bumper to bumper traffic like that, there's nowhere to go. You're trapped, man. That's worst case scenario there. We're not getting very fast radar updates. This is taking quite a while. I don't think we have any tornadoes on the ground in Maryland right now. There's still potential for a tornado, but I don't think we have anything on the ground right now. I think that's the same video we saw right there from the traffic cam. Whoa, what is that? Look at, hold on, let me blow this up. Let me blow this up real quick. Okay, we got a bunch of pictures. Look, I told you there's a lot of people. Look at that ominous storm right over Baltimore. I don't see a tornado in that, but just look how that, man, that looks crazy, how that storm just comes down. That's the VA building right there, the taller building to the left. I can't tell what that building is right there. That might be Camden Yards, I'm not sure. Man. Where's this one at? This is Poolesville, Maryland. Look at that. That's not, I don't think that's as big as that one that we saw that was like a half-mile wide. That's a smaller one, but that's still not small. That's pretty big. It's just not as big as the one we saw in Gaithersburg. Mm. Here's another video from Columbia, Maryland. It looks like they're getting a funnel cloud right there. There it goes. There goes the funnel cloud coming down. And look at these people just walking calmly down the sidewalk. It's like, hello, there's a funnel cloud behind you guys. Might want to take cover. I don't think that's a funnel cloud, actually. I think it's one forming, but I don't think it's down on the ground. There it goes. It might be on the ground now. Look at that one. Holy cow! This isn't live, by the way. This is a video. There it goes. That funnel cloud is all on the ground. Wow, and it gets wider. It just grows. It just grows. That's incredible, man. And that was Columbia, Maryland, 30 minutes ago. That's when it was posted, 30 minutes ago. No, that's when he took the video. It was at 8:33 p.m. Eastern time. So that was an hour and a half ago. Here's some more pictures of the one in Columbia. What is this? It's being taken outside a window. Look at that. There we go. There's a funnel cloud. Man, this is like once in a lifetime thing for their... Oh my gosh, look at that. How wide is that? How big is that? Do you think that could be like more than half a mile wide? Oh, that was a tower. That was a tower camera. I didn't even notice that. If you guys had to guess how big, I'm assuming that's on the ground. I can't see because the trees are kind of blocking the bottom of it, but I'm assuming that's a tornado on the ground. What would you guys guess the size of that is? I'm not very good at judging distances, but at least 3/4 of a mile wide, you think? At least. It's got to be. Again, I'm not a very good judge of distance, but I retweeted it just so we can go back and look at it later. Or reposted it. Sorry, I didn't retweet, I reposted it. Let's go up here. Wow, there's woo-wee. Look at that one. It doesn't say where that was taken, what picture. But that's not the downtown area, obviously. But they're looking at it from a distance of. Wow. What a day, guys. Oh, man, I didn't expect this. I was having a nice, relaxing dinner with my son, and, we're getting ready to, get ready for the evening and get him settled in and in his room playing and everything like that. And then my phone started going off. And I was like, it's nothing. Because it kept saying Maryland. I was like, well, there's nothing in Maryland. I knew they were under a watch earlier, but I had, no idea. Wow, that's beautiful. Look at that. Where is that? That's a photo of Paris. Isn't the Notre Dame or Eiffel Tower. It's the small chapel. But it isn't just radiantly beautiful. It was built to protect something of incredible value. I don't know where that's at. But that's amazing. Look at all that glass. And the crazy thing is that last night when we were in chat, I can't remember what time it was, but we were talking collectively as a group about, where we live and why we cover these storms and why we have to get on YouTube and stuff like that for our area. But even right now, it's 9 o'clock Central Time, and I just took a peek at Fox Weather, and they're not even covering this. This is a populated area. It's like, what are these weather channels, supposed weather channels doing? Not everybody has access to their local news, especially us out in the middle of nowhere, but this is a metropolitan area, and even there, sometimes people don't have access to local news because if you don't subscribe to cable or have a HD antenna or something like that, you can't get local news. You have to rely on the big channels that are on, like if you subscribe to Hulu or YouTube TV or something like that. I mean, Fox News just a minute ago was doing videos about or shows about the upcoming hurricane season down in Florida. And I'm like, guys, we just had possibly five tornadoes on the ground in Maryland, and they did have one little blurb, one little thing that came up saying something about Maryland, and giving the typical instructions, stay vigilant, blah blah blah. See, like right now, I'm looking at Fox News, and they're in South Carolina or something like that, talking about the water. They're talking about protecting historic St. Augustine and rising sea levels. And we've got people here in an emergency situation, life-threatening situation. It's ridiculous. All right, I'm going to run down here. 6 more. If you're up in Ohio or know anybody, we have 6 more minutes left on a tornado warning in Knox County, Ohio. 6 minutes left in Cecil, Maryland, and 6 minutes left in Kent, Maryland, for the tornado warnings. I think we're pretty much done with the tornadoes there. Keeping fingers crossed, knocking on wood. If it does continue, it's probably going to continue over into Delaware. And if it does continue, I do hope it stays on that path because the majority of the population is going to be down there in Dover and up in Pennsville Township. So best case scenario is that the storm just dies out. Man. But if that tornado, if one of those had touched down in downtown Baltimore, we'd be talking about a mass casualty situation there. Sorry, I'm going to jump back up to Ohio real quick and just look there. Okay, it looks like the tornado for Ohio has completely been canceled. All right, I'm going to back out. Now that that's pretty much over with, I'm going to, hopefully that tornado warning expires here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to start looking at some of the other severe weather we have going along in the country. It looks like right now the only severe thunderstorm warning we have is in Madison and Jackson, Alabama, and Lincoln, Tennessee. I'm going to jump down there and just take a look at that really quick to see what's going on. And again, Radar Omega is acting crazy here. We're not getting... I don't know what's up with Radar Omega tonight. Actually, Cecil, Maryland just got extended by 44 minutes. We'll keep eye on that. I just want to check these storms over here real quick in southern Tennessee and northern Alabama. Here's a traffic cam there, it looks like. Yeah, if that tornado would have hit downtown Baltimore at that time, yeah, we'd be talking about lots of casualties. And it does flood rather easily in Maryland. If we get a lot of rain, it will flood there really easy. I wouldn't be surprised that in just the next couple minutes we start getting some flood. There we go. There's flash flood warnings. Let's see if we got Maryland. There's Mississippi. There we go. Baltimore, Maryland. Hartford, Maryland. That makes sense. Cecil, Maryland. Again, Hartford. Union, Ohio. Delaware, Ohio. We're probably going to see a lot more flash flood warnings in Maryland throughout the night. Man, I got all kinds of alarms going off here. That was an Amber Alert. Actually, much. That was an Amber Alert for Tulsa. Okay. Okay, it looks like we just have rain here. It doesn't look like any big deals. I don't even, very little lightning near Huntsville. Huntsville, Meridian, Hazel Green, New Hope, Woodville, Scottsboro, High Top, and Fayetteville. The rain hasn't touched Fayetteville yet. It should be blowing in there in just a couple minutes. I'm going to go back and just take a quick look at Maryland. Okay. It's really hard to see the radar. Got a little 62-mile-an-hour wind gust there. And right here, that's over water. Sorry, that's over water. If that, man, I don't know how that's going to work out. Once that hits White Crystal Beach, right here, this is water right here, right along there. This is all water. But this is kind of, it's got some rotation right here. But if it starts blowing into, if it keeps that up when it blows into White Crystal Beach and Cecilton, we can see another tornado. I'm keeping my fingers crossed we don't. I'm just checking out the wind speeds over here just to see. The one I'm not concerned. You know, right there, there's a that might be a water spout right there. That could be one of those water tornado deals where you get the water spout thing going on. Right there, to the west of Westview Shores and White Crystal Beach. I go as far to say that there's a really good possibility that there's a water spout there. Right there. I want to see how fast this wind is moving around it. It's in the teens, but we have circulation right here, like 67 miles an hour, 42 miles an hour, and then a counter rotating wind. I don't think we're done in Maryland, guys. We're getting a radar update now, but if you're in this part of the, you got to be careful in all the areas of tornado warning. You should be in cover, but This is the one area that I'm really concerned about right now. If those wind velocities keep up when it hits shore, Bayview, Bayview Estates, Chesapeake Haven, and White Crystal Beach. I don't know where it's going to hit land, but there is a lot of wind rotation there. It's not as strong as it was on the last radar update, but there's still a 35 right there and some 20s. It was 60. It was as high as 60 a minute ago. But I'm going to keep monitoring this one, and then down here too, over the water. Man, I still have Fox News or Fox Weather in the background, and right now they're covering a tropical Atlantic, the water temperature in Central America. Meanwhile, we've got a tornado threat. There may be some fatalities, unfortunately. We've got houses destroyed, trees uprooted, tons of injuries, and the Weather Channel is covering tropical cyclone frequency in the last 100 years. That's crazy. Now they're covering the 2024 Atlantic hurricane season. That's a crime. Why does it take YouTube to cover these things? Yeah, at least you're right. It obviously are going to be covering the situation, but a lot of people don't have the local stations. You either have to have cable TV or a HD antenna for your TV, and most of the people I know don't even subscribe to local cable anymore or cable. Period. Everybody's using like YouTube TV or Hulu or whatever, or some of them just don't use anything. They're just using the internet, like YouTube and Google and stuff like that. I don't subscribe to cable TV anymore. I don't have any local channels. I think I could pick one up if I got one of those HD antennas or something like that, but I pretty much rely on all my information to come off the internet or YouTube or other couple little services that I have a subscription for. I think I have a subscription to like Peacock or something like that. That's just so I can watch some of my old favorite TV shows, but I can't remember the last time I watched local news on cable. I don't think I've had cable since I've lived here in Kansas. I've been here 5 years. I haven't had cable here. I didn't have cable when I lived in Florida either. This is almost getting ready to hit the Crystal Beach. But the reason I think that Fox Weather is such a good deal, though, is because on their app, you don't have to have a cable subscription or anything. You can watch their live coverage on your phone right from the app. But the stuff that they have on, yeah, the stuff that they have on their programming is shit. Right? Excuse me, it's garbage right now. Yeah, I mean, it has. If I lived in Maryland, I'd be pissed. Oh, it looks like we got some heavy. There's a 53 picking up down there to the bottom. We got some wind rotation right here, but that's still over the water. So we'll have to wait. But right here, right where it's hitting the ground. Oh, that's cool. Do you guys get on your TV? If you're using like the apps on your TV, can you pick up the local news channel like ABC, NBC, that kind of thing? Really, that's interesting, Paul. So you can get 40 channels with your HD antenna. Do you have to get the kind of HD antenna that like goes on your roof, or can you? Do you use the kind that you can just like screw into the back of your TV and like keep in your living room? Because I've seen both. I've seen kinds that you can put on your roof, and then I've seen like I don't know where I was, like Walmart, and they were selling the HD antennas that were like kind of square shaped or something, and you can screw it right into the back of your TV. Oh, really? That's interesting. Okay, so you didn't have to climb up on your roof and install any crazy antennas up there or anything like that, huh? Maybe I'll invest in one of those then because I would like to be able to get some of the local things, but I think the nearest local TV for me is about, I guess it would be no, not Joplin. Yeah, I guess it would either be Joplin or Wichita. And I'm kind of like in the middle. So I would like to be able to watch it, you know. Let me, now you got me wondering. I got to pull up Amazon and see how much those HD antennas are. Let me search here. HD antenna. HD antenna for indoor TV. Okay, those are the outside ones. I want the indoor one. Oh, they're not bad at all. There's one here for like a digital antenna, TV antenna, amplified HD TV, 250 plus miles range. Oh, that's a signal booster. Oh, it's an antenna and it's coax. Oh, I'm starting to see the ones you're talking about. Now, here's one that has a 900-mile range, pick up stuff. And it picks up 4K. Hold on, I'll get back to that in just a second. This is still. That's a new tornado warning up there near Zion and Rising Sun, Maryland. I'm not seeing any rotation up there at all. I guess they're thinking that this is going to go up there. Anyway, yeah, that's not bad at all, man. There's like a couple on here for like $29, $39, and they're saying that you get ABC, CBS, CNN, NBC, Ion, Fox, PBS, all those for less than $40. Dang, that's really good. Make sure it's compatible with my TV setup. That just means that you have to have the if it says it's a coax thing, you just gotta. I think almost all TVs still have the coax plug in the back. I'd have to double check mine, but I'm pretty sure it is. That's really cheap though. I mean, you could get one of those antennas and you don't have to pay for any subscriptions. It's like a one-time. Is that how it works? Is it? I mean, is that how you guys' work? You just hook up the antenna and then you don't have to pay for any subscriptions on there. You can like see all the local stuff for free. I'm just gonna check back here really quick and look at. I'm gonna look at that White Crystal Beach. There's yeah, White Crystal Beach. We're gonna keep an eye on that. So the good ones are right about $50. Okay. And Elisa, she doesn't pay for anything. That's amazing, man. For $50, you get all that stuff for free. That's really good. I got to get myself one of those. I know what I'm gonna be doing on Amazon tomorrow. I'm gonna be looking for a good deal on one. I can't wait. 'Cause like I said, I haven't been able to watch local TV in years. And like every time like my favorite sports team is playing, it's like I have to find out what app it's on. You know what I mean? I have to jump around. Like sometimes it'll be on Peacock, sometimes it'll be on ESPN or something like that, and then I have to end up paying all these different subscriptions when I could just watch it on local TV. Man, I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I've been learning so much these last couple of nights. This is great. Y'all have the good information. Yeah, you just buy it one time. Wow. Thank y'all so much. That's awesome. Because I missed half the because I like to watch a lot of college football and a little bit of pro football, and I missed so many games last year just because I didn't have the right app or whatever. I hate that like the NFL is putting like some of their games on Amazon. They're putting some of their games on this. It's like back in the day, it was like you had NBC, ABC, and CBS. That was it. I'm not sure why they issued that warning up there. I don't really see anything near Castleton, Rising Sun, and Zion. I can see it like right there between Rising Sun and Little Britain. There possibly, but it's really far away. The one that I'm kind of concerned about is down here near White Crystal Beach. Keep a close eye on that one. Oh, I bet it is good for the kids with all those apps because I was like looking at it on Amazon and a lot of the here. Let me click on it again. That one. I wonder which one's better though. Let's see. Did we get another alert? No. These things look really cool too. It says it's really simple installation, and you just pretty much put it in there. You plug it in, adjust its position, and scan for channels. And then it says you should rescan after moving the antenna to a different location. With this cable-free antenna, you'll never miss your favorite programs again. Blah blah blah. Lifetime warranty, 24 hours customer support. Um, the channels you can expect to receive include popular ones like ABC, CBS, NBC, PBS, or PBC, whatever that is, Fox, and then I guess it has those other ones you're talking about. Wow. It even looks like there's like some channels that come out like CNN. I don't really watch CNN, but that's the bomb diggy, man. I'm getting one of those. Awesome. It says you say your favorite shows played nonstop. Which shows do you watch on there? What can you hook up to on there? What do you watch? Got an 80-mile-an-hour gust here, and there it is. There's another one. The other one kind of petered out. This might be a tornado form right here, guys, near White Crystal Beach. I would not be surprised if this turns into a tornado. It's kind of low. The wind speeds are really low, except for right these couple ones here. But you guys who are watching, y'all know that we've seen some tornadoes pick up that have a lot lower speed than that, and then they ramp up. Oh, no way, Paul. Paul Mall, yours came with a remote that can actually turn the antenna for you. What's up, buddy? I'm on here streaming the weather. What are you doing? What's Bubba been doing? Has he just been laying on his bed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you ready for a snack?
Yeah.
What do you want? Huh? One of those? Those things are horrible. Ew, gross. You like those?
Yeah.
That they don't burn your mouth? Maybe. Why would you want to eat something that burns your mouth? You're going to need some juice if you drink that.
Well, yeah, I just need like one glass.
Okay. Do you want to? Can you get it yourself, or you want me to get it for you?
I don't need
You need me to open that for you? My son eats these chips, and oh my gosh, they're too hot for me. I love spicy food, like Mexican food, and like that one kind of Asian food that's kind of spicy. But I have to be really careful because my stomach. I have to do it in small doses, and sometimes I have to drink that chalky stuff. And he just eats these chips like it's nothing, and they're really spicy. They're not those really hot like those dangerous chips, but they come in. You can just get them anywhere, like at the dollar store, and he'll just eat them like it's nothing. I'm like, dude, how do you do that? Now that school's out, he gets to stay up later, and watch his shows and eat snack. Because usually I let him have a snack after dinner or something like that. But when school's out, it's kind of like, oh, what are we doing here? Licking, Ohio has just been issued. Let me jump up there really quick. There's some high winds up there. This is looks like the heaviest of the winds are up here north of 70, up near Heath and Newark. And then right to the west, actually to the west and east of 79 right there. Yeah, I know what you mean. They do change. I wish I could eat the spicy stuff on a more regular basis. It's just that my stomach it can't deal with it. I'll like go into like my chest will go like into cardiac arrest if I eat too much hot stuff. And it's like I could eat it like one time and then I'm like my stomach's trash for like a month. So I have to do it in really small doses and far apart. Here, let me zoom out for some point of reference here. Here's Columbus, here's Dayton, and then this is where I'm going to zoom in. There's Columbus, so it's just to the east of Columbus, right around Interstate 70, just north of 70 it looks like right now. And you guys can see the winds there, 69, 71, 64. I don't see any counter-rotating winds anywhere around here. I'm going out. We'll keep an eye on this just in case. I'll just keep going back and forth. I'm going to jump back to Maryland really quick because I want to check on that White Crystal Beach place. Right, this is up here at Rising Sun. And now some... No, I'm sorry. That's different. I was looking at the wrong... There's a little bit of wind right here that could start meshing together. Just to the east of Liberty Grove and on... I'm not sure if that's 1 or 220... No, it's that looks like 1 right there. it just starts going north, right along one near Woodland Heights. Eat bread or rice before spicy food to help with that. Yeah, I guess that's a good idea. I never considered that. Yeah, I definitely need to try that because I really love it. I really do. I love the spicy food. I love it. It's just when after the pain I get into, sometimes I'm just like, oh my gosh, you know, it's not worth the pain. It's like I sit there and I'm like, man, should I eat this or not? The same thing with dairy. Dairy's been messing me up for the last couple of years. And I'm zooming in here to Maryland really quick. Let's see. That's a dangerous little area right there. Just to the east of White Crystal Beach. You think you're tough eating the hot fries? My 13-year-old eats Carolina Reaper chips. Oh my gosh, never bats an eye. That's crazy. Does he have to like drink like a bunch of milk after he eats one of those, or like a ton of water or something? I hear a lot of people try to drink milk or something like that after they eat one of those. Coconut non-dairy ice cream. Oh, I've never had that. That might be a good because I love some ice cream. I like dairy. I grew up eating tons of dairy, but like when I got into my 30s and 40s, it doesn't agree with me anymore. And it's a shame because I used to when I was a kid, man. I would that was like 80% of my diet was cereal. I mean, cereal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I was you gave me a bowl of Captain Crunch or something like that. I was good. I didn't care if it was dinner or anything. Spicy honey. I always keep local grown honey here because it helps with allergies. You know, in the spring when the seasons start changing. Me and my son both have really bad allergies, and every year we just take that local grown honey, and it really helps out a lot. Especially if you got that rough throat and the coughing and all that stuff. The honey really helps with that. But you gotta get the local stuff, and you can buy it at some of the bigger stores. It'll say on there like honey from the east, the Midwest, that kind of thing. But some of these little farmer markets around here in town, they literally have their own beehives and stuff, or bee farms, or whatever you call them. Still keep an eye over here at White Crystal Beach and Chesapeake City. He drinks gas. He's got one of those indestructible stomachs, huh? He drinks gas. That's hilarious. He's got one of those iron guts. I remember the first time I had like really bad. I don't know. I didn't even think I was eating anything hot. It was like one of those trucks. I think it was teriyaki chicken or something like that. Well, I ate it and it was like really good. I've never had an issue with teriyaki chicken, but apparently the people that made this had put some spices in there, like they had chopped up these peppers really small. And I ate it, and I was like, I didn't even think I ate any peppers. And I had such a bad reaction that I had to go to the doctor. I was like, doctor, I think I'm having a heart attack. So they like hooked me up and did the EKG and all that stuff. They're like, no, your heart's good, man. And I was like, God, what could it be? Why am I having all this pain in my chest? And he was like, well, you're probably having acid reflux or something. And he gave me one of those liquid GI cocktails or whatever, and it numbed it up really fast. And that's what it turned out to be. I went back to that teriyaki place and I asked him, I said, do you guys cook with peppers or anything like that? What do you put in it? He was like, oh, yeah, there's a little bit of this red pepper that it's not like red bell pepper, but it was like some kind of red pepper. And apparently they had put some of that in there, and I didn't know about it. Man, that triggered me. My stomach just went crazy. Still keeping an eye over here. I'm talking about my stomach, but I'm keeping a close eye. I'm going to jump back up to see if that one is still active in Ohio. It's still got 17 more minutes on it. Last time we checked, there wasn't any crazy winds. They got some strong gusts here, but there's no rotation. I'm not seeing any rotation. It looks like all the wind's blowing away up here to the northeast. It's pretty strong in a couple places. If you're up there, you're going to be getting some strong winds. And the rain is moderate. It's nothing, no big deal. I'm going to jump back down to Maryland. That was the more scary one down there. There's 16 minutes on all three of these. It says Cecil twice, but there's actually, it's because it's Cecil County. So there's two different warnings in Cecil County, apparently. The one over here I was a little bit more concerned about. White Crystal Beach. But it looks like it's kind of blowing out. His burps must be fire. Yeah, I'm sure they are, man. I bet he's spitting fire. That's why I drink a lot of water. I drink a lot of sodas too, and I drink them at the worst possible time. I usually drink them at night, and that stuff has that second life or whatever it's called, you know, and when something stays in your system and that sugar is in there and just keeps you fired up. So I drink sodas way too late. Yeah, it looks like everything's calming down. I'm just keeping an eye on this Chesapeake City area, Earlsville, to the east of White Crystal Beach. That's the only thing I'm really keeping an eye on closely right now. I'm kind of nervous about this one little area up here near Rising Sun is still a little sketchy. Yeah, it's been a bizarre year. It's been a really bizarre year. And we still got hurricane season coming. I mean, we got the rest of the summer for these tornadoes and everything, and we still have hurricane season right around the corner. So we're gonna have a lot to talk about and look at. And that's for sure. I could definitely deal with no tornadoes for the next month. I'll tell you that. There's been just too many. I'm not a big fan of the tornadoes. At least I actually tried that. I might not have done the right one. I was going through I was down by the chip aisle at Walmart, and they had this pallet set up of this carbonated water, and like they had like grape and all these different flavors and stuff. I didn't see any like root beers or cola flavored ones, but they really weren't that good. I guess if I tried the cola flavored ones, maybe that would be a lot better. Yeah, that's funny. I would love to find an alternative to soda though that tastes like soda. Like I tried to get that zero sugar, zero caffeine stuff. I didn't mind the zero caffeine. That was okay. But the zero sugar stuff, I just couldn't. I didn't like that. It just didn't taste right. A lot of my buddies drink the zero sugar stuff to try to lose weight because they drink too much soda. I just need it. I need the zero. I need the caffeine reduction. You know, especially drinking them too late at night. Yeah, tornadoes coming from hurricane. We used to see a lot of water spouts when I lived down near Destin and Pensacola and Mexico Beach and Panama City area. They would have those water tornadoes. I think they're water spouts or whatever. We used to see quite a few of those down there. I'm gonna back off here real quick. This isn't over yet in Maryland, though. I mean, there's only a little bit of time left on the warnings, but I would not be. It looks like they did extend it a little bit, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't extend it even farther for this area up here, near like literally right on top of Rising Sun on 273. I wouldn't be surprised if that got extended right there. And then Chesapeake City, right there, the east of Chesapeake City. Don't be surprised if they don't extend that. How do you like the carbonated root beer flavored one? Have you tried that one? Because I like root beer too. So if I could find a carbonated root beer one that still tasted like root beer and didn't have all the caffeine and all the sugar, I think I'd be okay with that. I actually like the oh gosh, what did I have the other day? I think it was Dr Pepper root beer or something like that. They have like all these crazy mixtures like Coke, vanilla Coke, and all those. The Dr Pepper one, oh no, it was Dr Pepper cream soda. That's what it was. It was like cream soda and Dr Pepper mixed. Those are really good. Looks like there's a couple more wind gusts down here. Holy cow! Man, this area is like really making me nervous. Right there, look at that. I'm telling you, we got to keep an eye here. Now it's near between all these little towns: Hacks Point, St. Augustine, Chesapeake City, Hollywood Beach, Bohemia Mills. It's getting kind of hairy up there. And speaking of caffeine, I just drank 2 bottles of water. So usually that's how I do. Is I drink before I can have another soda. I got to drink 2 bottles of water, stay hydrated. So I think I could get a Pepsi now and be good. Really, you can drink it right before bed. And you're not too wired or anything. That's cool. I need to get me some of those. That sounds amazing. Oh, and I'm kind of wondering. Last night's stream, I forget what time it was, but my stream locked up. Like I was looking at the comments. I was trying to read all the comments over here to my left on that computer, and when I looked over, usually I try to read it, like every minute, and I looked over, and my feed was circling. And then, so I tried to update everything. Like I tried to update the app, the weather radar, and I looked over at my streaming source, and it said that the stream was completely fine, but YouTube died on me. I just got this circle, and it just died out. But it was like I was getting close to getting off anyway. I was like I was going to give it another 30 minutes, um, and then I was going to sign off. But last night YouTube kind of just made that decision for me. I don't know what happened. It just crapped out. It was a really good night. We were really checking out a lot of different storms, but yeah, YouTube. I can't remember what time we actually logged off. It was after 2 in the morning. I'm pretty sure. So it's just carbonated water and flavoring, huh? No sugar or fake sugar. That's good. I need to get some of those. I need to try it out. I need to give it another chance because the ones that I had were like these weird flavors, like these grape limes or something weird like that. If I could find one that tastes like cola or root beer, I would be all in on that. I'm actually going to grab a Pepsi right now. Let me unhook myself. I'll be right back. card you got, that one card you got last night, you only had like a couple seconds, and you already put some holes in it. Yeah. You get the string on. You gotta be quiet here. You can play in your room, dude. For my room. If you want a rocket pop, we got rocket pops, man. Hey, what did I just say? Shh. That's string there. Go play in there. Hey, Casey. We got ice cream too if you decide you want some. We got vanilla ice cream with cherries. Just let me come and get me if you want some. I had to take a little extended break. I had to let the dog out. Let's see what we've got here as far as morning still. Man, we still got that goofy rotating wind up here. That's kind of making me nervous. Let's see. It's making me a little nervous up here near Chesapeake. Ooh, there we go. We got a little hook going, trying to form down there by north of Cecilton. That's making me a little nervous right there, guys. Ooh-wee. Right there. Oh, let me change the color. This little area right here near Chesapeake City is making... It's getting a little hairy there. A little bit right there too. I hope that doesn't start to hook. Cecil has one more minute. They're going to extend. Well, is Cecil the one? They're going to extend that. They've also extended it into Newcastle, Delaware, for 31 minutes. That doesn't shock me, but let me move the. Let me look at these wind velocities. Gotta keep her. They just lifted the tornado warning for the Maryland side in Cecil County. The only thing that we have right now is the one just across the state line in Delaware, Newcastle. But I'm going to keep a really close eye, though, over there near north of Cecilton and Chesapeake Bay, or Chesapeake City. But now we still have, right over here by Middletown, we're going to keep a real close eye look on that. Oh, you caught it before I did, Elise. You must have seen it when I was out letting the dog out. I should have looked at chat before I started talking. You already called that one. That's funny. They're getting some heavy rain in there, too. Let me see if we have any other... looks like we still have flood warnings in Logan, Ohio, Wayne, Indiana, Fayette, Indiana, Henry, Indiana, Union, Ohio, Delaware, Ohio, Knox, Ohio, and Morrow, Ohio. The ones in Maryland have expired, the flash flood warnings there. That's funny. I hope this just starts breaking up so we can get rid of this tornado warning. I don't want any more tornadoes tonight. Newcastle still has about 28 more minutes. Here comes a radar update. New radar scan. Let's check the wind velocity on that. Oh, it looks like they kind of, the outgoing wind took over the incoming wind, so that doesn't look nearly as bad as it did. It doesn't look bad at all, honestly. Just up here, I still don't like that right there, but up there near Chesapeake City, but I guess it's going to be fine. They got a few strong gusts here, almost 50, just north of Middletown to the west of Highway 13, and that's in Delaware. That's right there at the state line between Maryland and Delaware, right there. And then they have some pretty little teeny isolated wind gusts down here near Smyrna, just to the west. There's a 65 gust. There's a 60. There's a 50, 40, 58, and another 50 right there. So in Smyrna, just west of 13, it looks like. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Grizzly? Did you just get in here, Grizzly, or were you here for those tornadoes that were in Maryland? Actually, I wasn't even here for most of them. I just caught the last two, really. I missed the first 2 or 3. I think we have 5 confirmed touchdowns in Maryland, and I think it started in Virginia. but it was right around Baltimore County. But we didn't have any touchdowns in Baltimore. Hey, what's going on, Shelby? How you doing? All right, Paul Mall. Thanks for the heads up on that HD antenna. I'm going to look into that tomorrow. I've been looking at Amazon, but I think you got me talked into it. I appreciate it. That's going to help us out a lot here at home. I know my kid will enjoy that. Thank you again. I appreciate it. All the info. Because I swear I thought it was like one of those things that you had to mount on your roof or something like that. But that's going to be awesome. This is all we got going on right now. We don't have any severe thunder. Well, down here we do, but I think those. Where is that for? That's in Canada, so I'm not going to cover Canada. I don't think our radar goes up there. That it does go up there a little bit, but I think our majority of our audience is down here in the U.S. So if anybody wants me to go up to Canada and look, there's any Canadians, just let me know, and I'll be happy to go up there and look. But I'm kind of focused down here in Delaware right now. Let's see how much longer. Looks like about 24, 25 more minutes left on Newcastle. We're just keeping a close eye on that. Here's our wind velocities right now, the 20s, 30s, and then we have that incoming wind going towards the radar station up here in the single digits and low teens right now. Yeah, Grizzly, that's. I wasn't even. I was streaming. I was doing like a nationwide stream that I keep up during the day, and I'm not on mic or camera. I just leave it streaming for whoever just wants to pop in and look at it. And I just keep the whole map up and just keep it on like a 30-second rotation to update. But then, like I was telling everybody else, I was having dinner, and then my phone started blowing up, and I wasn't prepared to start a new stream. I had to get everything typed in. I probably don't even have all the right stuff typed in there in the description and everything. I just threw a video together real quick and killed the old stream. And I was planning on streaming tonight anyway, but I wasn't planning on. I was going to give myself another half an hour, 45 minutes before I actually got on. And so I had to just kind of throw it together. It wasn't very professional or anything. Actually, here, let's find out. Let's go up to old Canada. I don't even know. What is this? Is this Ottawa? Is that the name of the province? Is Ottawa the province, or is that a city? I don't know Canada very well. There's Quebec over there, but I'm not sure if that's the name of the actual province because I think they call them provinces, correct? In Canada, provinces. But everything looks okay up there. All the winds look like they're going in the right direction. Everything. There's a little goofy area though up here in Canada. Wow, that's a really crazy area there for a second. It kind of went away though. There was some counter winds up there, but they're getting some really high gusts like 70, 71. And I thought it was like a little pocket of circulation, like right there, whatever that is, Falcon Bridge. They had some really hairy wind gusts right there, but there was just one little teeny area of circulation, just teeny, like really small. I guess we could watch this for a minute and see what happens. Okay, so the name of the province really is Ontario. So what is there? I know over here because I drove to Alaska, so I know all about British Columbia. I drove through there. I crossed the border here in Washington when I was coming back from Alaska, and I went through British Columbia and the Yukon, and then I went up here. Not all there. I think the town is Tok, whatever the name, the Alaskan Highway. When you're taking Alaskan Highway through British Columbia and Yukon, when you cross the border into Alaska, you have to kind of go northwest to Tok, and then catch the highway that goes down to Anchorage. It's not a straight shot. You have to go north first, and I think it's spelled Tok is the name of the town. For I'm using Radar Omega for the radar app. This is what let me show you. Whoops. That's it right there is Radar Omega. I'm using it on iOS. I just got it from the app store. It's pretty good though. It's a lot better than the one I had. I can't remember the name of the one that I used to use, that I just used here at home, but this one seems to be really good. Every once in a while, like earlier tonight when we were trying to cover all those tornadoes, I was having a little bit of lag, but that's the first time in like a month that I've experienced any kind of lag. Oh, next to British Columbia. So British Columbia is all the way to the west. So you're saying that the next one next to British Columbia is Alberta. So that's right here where Edmonton's at. And then Saskatchewan. And then Manitoba. Okay. Manitoba. I think the first time that I drove to Alaska back in '95, I crossed the border in a town named Regina, I think. There it is. So I crossed the border here, I guess on 39. And then the first night that I stayed in Canada was right here. And then drove across there over into, I guess, Alberta, then British Columbia. And then there was like this little roundabout, and that's where the Alaskan Highway started. And then I took that up to the Yukon. There's nothing up here in the Yukon. There was nothing there. It was just like wilderness and mountain areas. And I saw these like, what are those goats or whatever that climb the mountains? I guess mountain goats or something like that. I saw a bunch of those, and then drove into Tok. It's somewhere up here. Where's it at? I don't. They're not even. I never went as far as Fairbanks. It was down here somewhere. I think it might be up here. It's just not shown on the map. And then catched Highway 1, and that took me the rest of the way into Anchorage. I think that took me about 10 12 days. Because I started in San Antonio, and then went to Washington, D.C. I had to do something there with the military because I just got out of my technical school. And then I drove down to Tennessee to visit some family, then took Tennessee all the way up to Canada right there in Alberta. No, not Alberta. What was the other one? Saskatchewan, I guess. Crossed the border in Saskatchewan and then went west. If I hadn't gone down to Tennessee to see family, it would have been a lot more direct shot. Tennessee was kind of out of my way, but that probably added like 2 days to my trip. So I probably could have made it in like 8 days or shorter. But the Alaskan Highway back then, there was a lot of miles that weren't paved. It was like dirt roads and stuff like that. That was back in '95. That would have been the summer, June, July of '95. I understand today that pretty much the whole Alaskan Highway is paved. You think Alaska should be part of Canada? It should. It looks like it should, doesn't it? But I think I think we actually purchased, United States purchased Alaska from the Russians back in, what was it, the early 1900s, something like that. And I think we only paid like a few $1,000,000 or something. I think it was like $20 million. So it was some ridiculously small number. And now Russia's they're now they really wish they had it, obviously, because it's a very strategic location military for the military. But you can see how close, you know, Alaska in a clear day, if you're up here in Nome, probably north of Nome, you can actually see Russia on a really clear day. America bought Alaska because Canada was broke at the time. Probably. Yeah, I bet Russia's kicking themselves for selling that. Let's see. 81. Let's see. I had a friend when I was stationed down in Alaska. I had a friend stationed up at Fairbanks, and everything was more extreme up in Fairbanks. Like the winters were more extreme, and believe it or not, the summers were too. Like if our average temperature in Anchorage in the summertime was in the 60s, it would get up into like the high 80s. Believe it or not, up in Fairbanks. I never went up there and saw it, but that's what I was hearing. Does the water really freeze over up there like a ice bridge or something like that? That would be crazy. I remember years ago, like a decade ago, there was some discussion about building a bridge, and they were going to like start it right here, take it to the islands over here, and then continue it. Let's see how many miles that would be. Whoops. Let me see if I can measure it. As the crow flies, it looks like from land point to land point, it's only 51 miles. I mean, that would be a really long bridge, but 51-mile bridge. But I guess if they could split it in halves. They're like it looks like this island right here is right in the middle between the two. So it would be like 25-mile stretches. But if they made like a land bridge or something, maybe between to even get between there, they could. But I don't know. I don't know how useful it would be because I mean we're not exactly friendly with each other. I'm gonna go back up here to Canada. I'm kind of interested in that. There's a lot of wind up there. They're getting. I saw a 90. Let's see, man. There's a 98-mile-an-hour wind, if that's accurate, because it's right on the edge of the radar. But that's kind of sketchy, because that would be rotating when I don't have any more radars up there to tap into to see if that's accurate. As they start to reach the edge of the radar, I kind of start losing faith on it, sort of like we were having down in was it Oklahoma last night or Texas? I can't remember. I think it might have been Texas. The Dallas radar that was stretched. No, that's what it was. It was the Dallas radar that was stretching over the border into Oklahoma, and we were actually having issues with the Oklahoma one too. So that's why we moved the radar to the west and started using that one to get the more accurate readings. Man, that's crazy. So the ice can extend farther south, and then they have issues freezing, fishing. That's crazy. Oh my gosh, a tornado almost hit you. Where were you at, Grizzly? Was that today? You're not in Maryland, are you? Are you in Maryland? By the way, that tornado warning it's got 11 more minutes in it, and it's actually still in the same county of Newcastle. It has 11 more minutes. Yeah, I can see why. Could be some rotation right there. Really, you're in Maryland, Grizzly? Oh, not today. Oh, it was a month ago. Where were you at? Did you actually see the tornado with your eyes, or did you just pick it up on radar? I've never seen I've never seen a tornado in person. I've seen those water ones. I guess they call them water spouts or something, but I've never seen one on the ground. It hit Blair and Beddington. Where's that at? Is that Maryland? Man, we still got to keep an eye on this one right here. This isn't over yet, guys. We got to Delaware guys. If you're still there, you got to, especially if you're south of Boyd's Corner, you got to stay in cover. Oh, you're in Nebraska. Well, we were just talking about Nebraska last night because I saw the graphic that they put up on Fox Weather yesterday, and uh, since January 1, since the beginning of the year, there's been 1,100 confirmed tornadoes in the United States. Texas was number one. I forget the number. It was over 100. But actually, Nebraska was number two. That was kind of shocking. It was like Texas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Kansas, and then Ohio. It was a F3. Holy cow. Yeah, Nebraska's had a lot of tornadoes this year. A lot. I wish I would have retweeted that picture, but if you want to look it up, if you just search on Twitter, the Fox News, or I'm sorry, the Fox Weather channel on Twitter, they posted it yesterday. I think it was like around 6 or 6:30, something like that. And I forget how many tornadoes were confirmed in Nebraska so far this year, but I want to say it was the second most of any state. Texas 1, Nebraska 2, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Ohio had the majority. That really shocked me about Nebraska. But last night, I mean, didn't we have some tornado warnings in Nebraska last night? My head's still kind of like mushy from last night. We went so late, but still got a little bit of counter winds here. They got a 70-mile-an-hour gust, a 95-mile-an-hour gust, 118-mile-an-hour gust right there. Ooh. There's some potential for some rotation right there, but I saw one little spot. Ooh, there's 124 miles an hour. Well, that's just if you're in near Boyd's Corner, just to the southeast, there's some really strong. It's actually closer to Odessa on Highway 13. There's some really strong wind gusts there. You don't want to be in a big truck or trailer. Yeah, that's what all the weather channels are saying is that they're expecting a really crazy hurricane season this year. So it really hasn't been that bad in the last few years, but they're kind of predicting that. Yeah, yeah. I don't remember last night, Shelby. I don't know if maybe there were just severe thunderstorm warnings that blew up there. But I remember the night before. I'm pretty sure we had some. Let me zoom over there and see if I can remember the names. You guys had a really big tornado up there this weekend. I remember covering one of those. Where was it? If I see the name, I'll recognize it. I just have to remember. I just have to find the city name. I remember something up. I don't think the tornado was in Waverly. Maybe it was. I think that Storm Chaser Reed, the guy that was on Twitter, he posted a picture of a tornado in Waverly. It wiped out neighborhoods in Elkhorn. Holy cow. I'm trying to find where that is in relation to Lincoln. Elkhorn. I think there was a tornado in Pawnee City in Humboldt or somewhere near there. I can't remember if that was this past weekend or the weekend before. Yeah, weather's been crazy everywhere. In Germany, you said it's having some flooding right now. Yeah, it's been bizarre everywhere. I don't know. Does it have anything to do with like El Nino or something? Oh, up by Omaha. Is Omaha like the second largest city in Nebraska? I'm assuming Lincoln's the biggest. I'm not sure which one's bigger as far as population, Omaha or Lincoln. Omaha looks pretty big as far as the city. How close were you to the tornado? I mean, was it like in your neighborhood or something? Omaha? Okay. Yeah, Omaha does, now that I look at it, because I used to always drive on 80 when I was driving cross country, and I always went through 80. And that took me through, I would pick up 80, I think, I can't remember. I would be driving from Oregon, and I always remember jumping on 80. It's a really nice straight drive, I mean, but it would always take me through Lincoln. Omaha's bigger as far as population. It even looks bigger as far as like size. I mean, you can see a lot of streets there. I mean, there's even a byway. It looks like there's 80, and then they have a highway 680 that kind of goes around Omaha. I don't think Lincoln has any bypasses. No, it looks like they just have 80 going through Lincoln, but Omaha actually has one of those little beltways that goes around it, I think. Wow, it was that close to you. It was in your neighborhood. How many houses do you think it destroyed? Or did you say that it destroyed some houses in your neighborhood? A tornado in Newcastle. Oh, I'm sorry. The tornado warning in Newcastle got extended by 30 more minutes, and it's also been issued for Salem, New Jersey. Just a heads up on that. I'm going to go up there and just take a look at it real quick. Yeah, there we go. Pull up the radar. Oh, wow. They've got some really strong precipitation or hail going on there. Let's look at the velocities. All the wind looks like it's blowing in the same direction, though, so there's no rotation or anything. And some high winds just to the south of there. Close to Millard North High School. My dad has a photo. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Oh, it wasn't in your neighborhood. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. How close did your dad get to it in order to get that picture? Oh, it was north of you. Okay. I guess I could update this. I'm going to take that thing off stream, that thing that's saying that there's a tornado on the ground in Maryland. I don't want to. I don't want somebody to jump in stream and be like, "Oh my gosh, there's a tornado here." Let's take that off really quick. Oh, awesome! Thank you, Jay. Oh, you. Oh my gosh, the video was in your front yard. Holy cow! Yeah, that would traumatize me. No doubt about it. That would traumatize me if I saw a tornado that close. I think that happens to a lot of people, you know, and then they have like, it can actually like, I don't know if it's called a phobia or something like that, but if you were to go through something really traumatizing like that, like having a tornado, even if you were like in your house in the basement, even if a tornado just came near your house, I mean, that's traumatizing enough. You know what I mean? And then from there forward, I mean, people are just going to, every time they hear a tornado, you know what I mean? They could have like memories of, you know, that terrible incident that they went through. That would be terrifying. Oh, I forgot. I got sidetracked there for a minute. I was talking about something else. But last night, I forget what time the stream actually ended. It wasn't me that ended it. It was actually YouTube. Because I could still read people talking in chat. People were saying like the screen froze up, and so I kept talking, but I couldn't tell if y'all could hear what I was saying. I was still talking probably for about another 5 minutes, trying to reload YouTube to see if it was me or if the stream. But I knew it wasn't me because my stream was still going on the streaming software, and I was still seeing the chat go. And I was about to just right when it locked up on us, I was getting ready to say that I was going to kill the stream in about 30 seconds. I mean, not 30 seconds, 30 minutes. I was going to give it a 30 minutes. I was going to make it go to like 4 a.m., something like that. And I was just getting ready to thank everybody because we had a lot of people subscribe to the channel last night, and I was going to thank everybody, you know, for it. So I felt really bad. I was like, oh man, the stream just got killed, and these people probably just think I pulled the plug on it. But I was struggling. I was trying the best I could, but the streaming software worked flawlessly. Everything was working great. It was just when I looked at YouTube, I got that little spinning circle, you know, like it was trying to load or something. And chat was still going, but apparently my voice wasn't coming over, and then the video got killed. So I don't know if it's because I streamed too long. That might have been what happened. I don't know. I'm not sure how that happened. Yeah, I don't blame you, Grizzly. That's exact man. That's wild. Man, that's crazy, man. Because we get you. I mean, everybody. I'm in Kansas, like I said, and we get a lot of tornado warnings here, a lot. And it's like I'm always ready to go. You know, I'm ready to go to the basement. I got the door, you know, unlocked and everything like that. So I try to make it like a clean shot where, like, if I have to run, I could go grab the kid and head to the basement and get in our safe spot. But as the tornado starts getting closer, it's like, you know, your heart starts pounding a little bit more. You know what I mean? I start getting irritated. You know, when something like that happens, it's like my pay. I'm usually very calm and very relaxed, but when something like that, it's like your I guess your body starts, you know, releasing adrenaline maybe, and I start getting irritated at little things that are stupid that don't really matter when something like that happens. Oh, it just went to the north. You. That's good, man. That is good. Because you got, like I said, I think you guys have had the second most tornadoes this year since in 2024. I think you guys had the second most tornadoes, only behind Texas. But still, it shocked me that y'all were that high, and I was really shocked that Ohio was that high. I had no idea Ohio had that many confirmed tornadoes this year. I knew they had a few, but I don't think I was streaming back then when Ohio got the majority of their tornadoes. They must have got a lot back in like April. They must have got a lot more in April or something because I wasn't. I was still covering the weather, but I wasn't streaming then. I didn't start streaming till I think it was like the first or second week in May. Actually, I think next week will be 30 days. It'll be my first 30 days. Yeah, I'm almost positive. Yeah, I bet it scares you. It scares me too. I start getting nervous when I look at the radar, and I'm right dead in the middle of a tornado warning, and I'm like looking at it really close. Yeah, it definitely gives me anxiety. When I start looking at the map or the radar, and it's like getting closer and closer and closer, I'm like, come on, man, just die out. I'm like, why do the wind speeds have to start kicking up right before it gets to me? But that's the thing with tornadoes. I mean, like today, who I don't think there was anything predicted today for Maryland. I don't think there was any like severe storms or anything like that predicted for Maryland or Washington D.C. or any parts of Virginia. I think when we looked at the forecast last night, it was like a very small chance of isolated thunderstorms, and I think that probably we'll get more accurate data tomorrow. But when I first logged on, even when I got on, there was already 4 or 5 confirmed reports of tornadoes on the ground in Maryland. And I'm not saying the same tornado. I'm talking about 4 or 5 separate tornadoes. It's just tornadoes are just so unpredictable. Like down in Florida, it was like you only really worry about hurricanes down there when I lived there, and you always had like a lot of notice. I mean, you'd have like 7 days notice, like, hey, we got to keep an eye on the storm. This is the track it's going on, and then it would deviate a little bit, but you still had time to pack your car, get everybody together, and drive north to like Alabama, get a hotel room or something until it blew through. The second to last day of school, you had a tornado watch again. Wow, that's crazy. There's a flash flood warning. There was a flash flood actually observed up there. And now there's a new tornado warning in Muskingum, Ohio. There we go. We're talking about Ohio, and Ohio gets another tornado warning. Let's see where our radar site's at here. Whoa, that's a big area. Where the heck's the... I don't even see the radar here. Unless it's up there near Cleveland. Is it in Cleveland or Akron? I don't see it. Anyhow, there doesn't look like any counter winds right here. Let me look at the radar real quick. Anyhow, this county, northwestern Muskingum County in east central Ohio until midnight Eastern time. That's about an hour and a half, right? Because it's 10:30 Central, so it's 11. Oh, I'm sorry. So it's only like another 20 minutes. A severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado was located near Frazeysburg, or 8 miles northwest of Zanesville, moving it east at 25 miles an hour. radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter, etc., etc. I think we all know that now. I don't see any counter-rotating winds. All these winds are blowing in the same direction towards the tower. I'm not sure why they even issued a tornado warning there, but they obviously know something we don't. But it looks good here. I'm going to run it back a few frames just to see. And watch it roll in there. Keep a quick eye. They're getting some thunder, some lightning. Did you see the tower? I can't see it. Something is not coming up. Yeah, Grizzly, you just never know. I mean, I never thought that when it comes to Mother Nature and stuff like that, you just never know. It's just crazy how those things. I never thought I would be in an earthquake, but I think I was in. I don't know. There's like hundreds and hundreds of earthquakes in Alaska all the time, but I never thought I would be in an earthquake that was strong enough to actually feel in my life, and I went through 3 pretty decent sized ones up there. Nothing like no. There was like one where it cracked like part of the highway, and there was a couple like old buildings that got destroyed. But I never thought I would ever experience an earthquake, and that really shook me the first time. I was like, oh my gosh, it was crazy. Then the second and third time, then you're kind of getting more used to it. Yeah, that tower's right up there near 71 and 480, it looks like, southwest of Cleveland. Our tornado warning's down here, right north. It looks like it's just north of 70. The radar indicated tornadic activity near Zanesville, which is it's either on 70, maybe it's on both sides of 70, but it looks like it's south of 70. And they mentioned Licking View. So it looks like it's up here to there's a city called Rock Cut, Ellis, Stringtown, Gilbert, and East Greenwood, where that current tornado watch is. You know what, Grizzly? That doesn't make sense to me that schools don't have them now. I don't understand why, because like I don't know if my son's school has a basement. I'm like 99% sure they don't. And I was asking some other parents because I'm kind of new to this area, and I asked them. I said, we get a lot of tornadoes here. I'm like, do all the schools have like underground things? They're like, no, they just put them in the hallway and tell them to cover their heads. I'm like, what? I'm like, I could understand that, like, again, for like areas that don't really have many tornadoes, but in an area where you have a lot of tornadoes like that, I mean, granted, there's a lot of kids in the school. There's probably, 500, 600, 700, depending on how big the school is. I don't know how you would fit all those people underground, but they should have some kind of, or like they need to build like one of those crazy, really strong structures that's bolted to the ground. Maybe like, I don't know what I'm talking about as far as that, but I've seen advertisements for those buildings, that they make that are like bolted into the cement, like a safe room or something like that. But it just seems like that would be one of the most vulnerable things. Like that goes back to Kentucky. It looks like that tornado watch just expired, by the way. When we were covering that, yeah, it was Kentucky. It was in Lexington. We were watching it, but the cool thing about it is, I was able to tap into the using the scanner on my phone. I had the scanner app for the police department, the fire department, and I was listening to it live as the tornado was going through their town. I can't remember what town it was. Let me see. It was somewhere down here. near Litchfield, Greenville, Central City, I think, Madisonville. It kind of just followed Highway 69, I think. I'd have to go back and watch the stream, but um, the main firehouse, because it was a small town and there really wasn't any other towns that were populated around it, and the fire department got knocked out by the tornado that night. And then what we were talking about, after it knocked out the fire department, it took out an elementary school. And thank goodness, it was nighttime. I think by the time the tornado had gone through there, it was somewhere between 10 and midnight Central Time. So luckily school wasn't in, but I was like, man, if that had happened during the day, there would have been a lot of children in that school. Hey, what's going on, Todd? Nice to see you. Welcome. Are you guys used to huddle up in the boiler room? Yeah, that would be a safe place, I would imagine. I imagine it would be like all concrete and everything. I don't, I don't, I don't recall in school because I mean, I would like I was saying, I went to school in Maryland. Not far from where they had these tornadoes tonight, and I don't ever remember having a tornado drill. We used to have like fire drills all the time, like once or every couple months. We would practice, lining up and exit the building and going outside. And they would always have like designated areas that you go to, but I don't ever remember, kindergarten through 12th grade. I don't ever remember having a tornado drill. I mean, I guess that's, Maryland has such few tornadoes, they don't really worry about it. But, and honestly, I don't think my kid has had any tornado drills, and we're here in Kansas. They have like fire drills. I've witnessed some fire drills because sometimes they do them like right before the end of the school day. But I'm gonna ask somebody next year when school starts back up if they what their deal is with the tornado warnings, what they're supposed to do. Because I'm like they have like a big gym, but just looking at it, it doesn't look like it's like one of those really strong structures. It looks like it's just built with like a few steel beams and then has like the little metal sheets on the outside. It doesn't look super sturdy at all. It's really slow tonight. If anybody needs me to look at an area specifically, just type it in chat and I'll jump on top of it and go look at it. And if we got anybody here in Canada, definitely let us know. I would be interested to see if we have anybody in Canada. One thing I kind of thought about is apparently Netflix. There's like an American version of Netflix, and then Europe has a version of Netflix. I don't know if Canada does or not. I don't know if they have the same one we do, but that got me thinking because like sometimes the people in Europe don't have the same thing on Netflix. Like we might have a certain movie, like I don't know, whatever you want, just name a movie, and we'll have it here on Netflix here in the United States. But like if you travel to Europe and use the Netflix over there, it's totally different. It's like if you're using a computer, like say you're using a oh gosh, what do they call it? Dang, I can't even remember what the name of it is, but it knows what region you're in. Like when you log on to Netflix, it knows like your IP address and what internet you're using. So if it detects that you're in Europe and you try to watch a show from America, they're blocked. Like they can't even get it. Like I was talking to a guy. There was a guy on here a while back who was in Europe, and I was like, "Hey, do you like this one show or whatever?" And he was like, "We can't get it." And I was like, "What do you mean you can't get it? It's on Netflix." And he was like, "It's different. Like different geographical locations have different things." Yeah, exactly. At least they have like different catalogs for each country, and I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I wonder if Canada is that way. If they have a different catalog for like them. Yeah, VPN. That's what I was thinking of. The VPN. Because a lot of guys I know that game and stuff like that, they'll use a VPN that will show somewhere completely different. So they get, excuse me, so they get hooked up to a different gaming server, and when they do that, if they forget to turn the VPN off and make it back to their local internet provider or whatever, um, Netflix will block them. It'll be like, you're not in the right location to view this content or something like that. So then they have to go in and turn the VPN off or something. But I didn't know that. I had no idea that there was like two different or multiple different catalogs for different countries. That's wild. I had no idea. I wonder why they do that. I mean, I could understand why they would have some different programming, like if there was like a Canadian um, like show that is sort of like Breaking Bad or something like that, but maybe Canada has a different version or something. I can understand that, but I don't understand because a lot of people complain about that. Like you hear a lot of Europeans saying, we can't get this movie here on Netflix, so then they have to like order it on DVD or something. But it's all like regional. It's really weird. Man, we don't even have any severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, there's a severe thunderstorm. Oh, that's back up in Canada. I forgot. We'll go. Let's go up there to Canada and see what that storm's doing. Wow, that's pretty wild. Let's see. That's a big one. That's pretty big. That's stretching pretty far. And there's a couple little spots of heavy rain up there. That stretches really far. Let's see. And it goes beyond the radar too. It like takes the whole radar up. That's just inside the radar. That's 283 miles. That storm stretches, and we just by looking at it, we know it stretches far beyond that to the north. We just don't have a radar that I can tap into on Radar Omega for that. I bet you it goes way up north. It's probably like a 500-mile wide storm. Oh, is that what it is? So about 80% of the content down here in the States you can get up in Canada when it comes to streaming rights. Where's that, Austin? Where's there a tornado? No, there's no tornadoes on the ground right now. Not that I'm aware of. There aren't any. I think all the tornado warnings have even expired. Yeah, even the one in Delaware and New Jersey has expired. The only thing we have is a severe thunderstorm warning, and both of them are in Canada right now. There's actually I'm gonna switch over to the national view really quick and just see if there's any areas of precipitation anywhere in the United States. I know that it's still raining over there in Delaware and New Jersey for sure. Let's look at it. Nothing out on the West Coast. They still got those heat advisories going on. Texas, first, man, look at this. Look at this, y'all. Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Louisiana. When was the last time you've seen those 5 states not be under severe thunderstorm warning? I can't remember the last time I've seen that. You're in South Carolina? Are you down there near like Bamberg, Barnwell, Allendale, Waterboro? That looks like the only places that have storms right now. Just to the west of 95. Actually, it looks like it's getting ready to cross 95. Yeah, it looks like it's heading eastward right across 95, south of Orangeburg, Bamberg, Barnwell, and then it's going to slide across 95 and go into. Looks like it's going to go just north of Hollywood and maybe a little bit into Charleston. Yeah, all the tornado warnings are gone. They're all out of here. Oh, so they probably have to pay rights to do it. Yeah, Omaha. That's nice, man. That's a really nice area. But that's crazy. I can't remember. I swear I cannot remember this month. Or I'm sorry, it's the beginning of the month. I can't remember probably back a month where I remember seeing there absolutely no storms. Even up in North, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana. There's a little teeny bit of precipitation in Mississippi. I don't see any in Arkansas. I don't even see anything there. And there's one little teeny rain cloud up north of Kansas City. But that's the first. There's some rain up in Ohio right now. They actually have some flash flood warnings, I think. Yeah. They have some flash flood warnings up there north of Columbus. It's a bizarre night because you would think, there's nothing here, and then of all places, Maryland gets hit by 4 or 5 tornadoes. That's crazy. Brentwood, Tennessee. Let's see. Where's Brentwood at? Is that near Nashville? Is that in the center part of the state? Yeah, don't jinx it. Knock on wood, right? Hey, what's going on there? No, there's no active tornado warnings right now. There's not even any tornado watches. So that's just near Nashville. Oh, so you're basically right near Nashville. So if you're in Brentwood, it looks like you just had a storm come through there, but there isn't anything else coming through there tonight. I don't think. Maybe that little teeny pocket out west. It probably has like a 5% chance of hitting you, but it's teeny teeny. It's really small. All the rain has moved to the east of Nashville and to the south. There's a storm down there right now in just north. It looks like North Alabama and over Huntsville right now, but it's not going to blow that far north. It's moving northeast. There won't be anything in Brentwood that I see. Oh, you guys had a chaser up in Ohio that was chasing storms. The Trump NATO. Hey, thanks, memes, for coming in. I appreciate it. When did y'all get a tornado in South Carolina? Looking actually was just south of where that tornado warning was in Ohio. It should be fine now, but that was hours ago, I think. Y'all were I think y'all were just south of where that tornado warning was around. When was that? That was around what 9 p.m. somewhere around there. Looks like there's just rain going through there right now around Columbus, stretching down. It's like a northeastern streak up near Newark, stretching down to Georgetown, and from Georgetown, I should say, going northeast towards Newark. That's where the line of storms are right now. And the majority of them are going, looks like parallel of 70, and some of them are crossing over 77 right now, going into Wheeling. And can't just to the south of Canton, there's just a little bit there right now. Did Corey stream today? Was he streaming on YouTube? Because I didn't get on until later, so I don't know who was doing it. Oh, you were actually watching, so he must have been streaming. Okay. I like watching his because he's usually in an area where there's some action going on. And he explains things really well, too. He kind of explains, where things are at. And he always stays calm. I don't like people that, like, freak out. Like, even, there's, like, a lot of people that, even when they, like, watch the radar, they kind of get, like, they just get really excited. And it's hard for me to listen to somebody who's, like, we're too excited because, you can't really understand them that well. And it's like, just calm down. Just calm down for a minute. Take a breath. Looks like that one storm is still making a lot of rain over there into New Jersey now. They might get some flood warnings up there near Wilmington. Wilmington, Salem, Deerfield, Washington Township. There's a lot of rain up there in Trenton, too. It's not that heavy. It's just a wide area. And there's a little bit. Let me run it back a little bit. It looks like they might get some in western New York State. Looks like the storm that's over there right now, that's over the lake, is going to be blowing into Buffalo, then Rochester. Oh, really? I wasn't aware of that. That you guys had 3 tornadoes. Yeah, some of the guys get really hyper, man. I can understand that if they're like actually chasing the tornado, like they're in a vehicle and they're chasing a tornado. My blood pressure and adrenaline would be, through the roof. But like some of the guys that I see that who are monitoring things on radar, they get they get crazy. They get really wild. One guy was giving me anxiety. I was watching him the other night. I was out somewhere, and we were expecting some bad weather here, so I thought I'd jump on YouTube and find a stream of somebody that might have the radar up that I could look at in my general area. And he jumped to somewhere where there was a tornado warning, and it wasn't anything confirmed on the ground. And I felt bad for the guy. I thought he was going to, just have a heart attack. He was like getting so excited, and I'm like, whoa, 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 calm down a little bit. And then he was really young. I can't remember his name. I wish I could remember. He was a really young guy. I don't know if he was doing it to be dramatic or if he was really that. Maybe he was in the line of the tornado. Maybe that's why he got excited or something. But he never mentioned that it was in his area, so I don't know. Yeah, Pittsburgh's good. Y'all about to get some rain. See that storm right there that's going just southeast of Columbus? The top part of it. Here, I can draw it. Let me pull it up here. So here's Pittsburgh right here. And it looks like this part of the storm right here, if it keeps blowing northeast like it is now, you should be getting that part of it and right through there. I believe that's the track that it's headed right now. And that little orange area, that reddish orange area right there, if it keeps going, I think it's just going to go to the actual south of Pittsburgh. At the most, it should just be some rain. I don't even see any lightning in that storm for Pittsburgh. So you're probably just going to get a nice, relaxing rain. In Kansas, we get quite a few. Um, I think this for 2024. Let's see. There was Texas was first, Nebraska was second, Ohio was third, and then it was Kansas and Oklahoma. I can't remember which one had more, Kansas or Oklahoma, but they're up there. Kansas was in the top five. I know that, and I think Kansas and Oklahoma they kind of like switch places every year, depending on who gets the most. Yeah, you're right. They don't. Some people have no difference between the two. Zanesville, where's Zanesville at? Is that in Ohio? I like Pittsburgh. I've been to Pittsburgh a couple times. I took some friend. We went up there a couple times for a football game, and I've driven through there a couple times. Oh, there's Zanesville right there. Y'all are just getting some light to moderate rain. I love fall too. That's my favorite time of year. I can breathe better. The air, it's getting a little cooler. Football season starting. I love that weather. It's one of my favorites. Look at you, Elise. You're promoting the channel. That's awesome. Thank you. Heck yeah, like and subscribe. I'd never say it, but heck yeah. I gotta start remembering to say that. Like I don't like when I watch videos though, and every second sentence out of the person's mouth who's in the video says hit the like button and subscribe. That annoys me. I don't know what it is. It's like I think people are smart enough to know that if they want to subscribe, they can subscribe. If they want to give a thumbs up, they can give a thumbs up. I don't. A lot of the YouTubers is like every second or third second they stop and they're like, make sure you smash that like button and subscribe. I can't. That gets on my nerve. If they say it like once, like at the beginning of the video, and then maybe at the end of the video, but I almost feel like they're calling me stupid or something. Like I know. If I want to subscribe, I'm gonna subscribe. But people telling me they're like, you gotta. There's like some kind of like rule or something like you're supposed to say it like if you're doing like a long stream, at least say it like every 15 minutes. Um, but like the guys that make those like 10-minute videos and post them to YouTube, um, there's like this rule of thumb that you need to say it every 90 seconds or something like that because they say subliminally like people they'll just do it, I guess, if they hear it enough. And I don't know. I was watching a video about a how-to video on how to do something with an iPad or something like that, and it seemed like it wasn't even like a how-to video. It seemed almost like just a promotion video for the guy's channel. I was like, out of the if it was a 9-minute video, only like 2 minutes were actually talking about the information that I was looking for, and like a minute into it, he started doing a promotion for somebody that was subscribe or promoting his channel, and it went on for like 3.5 minutes. And I was like, "This is only a 9-minute video," and 45% of it is the advertisement for something. But it was kind of funny. Oh, so this is your birthday month, huh? On the 26th. How happy? Oh no, August 26th. Okay. I've only been to Myrtle Beach once. It was beautiful. I loved it. But speaking of subscribers, the funny thing, we were talking about that last night, that um, when I started a few weeks ago, I was getting like, if I was lucky, I was getting like one subscriber a night. And then a couple nights mixed in there, I got like two subscribers. And then somebody in chat was like, make sure you subscribe or something like that. And he was like, or I said that, I was like, hey, I'm only like 7 subs away from 200. And I was like, I never thought I'd get to 200 subscribers. I figured I would get like 50 for like the lifetime of the channel. I was like, there's never going to be more than 50 people that subscribe to this channel. And as soon as they said in chat, hey, help them get over 200 subscriptions, it was like literally as soon as that person typed that in chat, it was like everybody like was super nice, and they were like, hey, we're going to get you over 200 subscribers. And it was like within 10 seconds, I got 7 subs that put me over 200. And I was like, to me, that's incredible. That was wild, man. I couldn't believe that just one person saying it did it. It might have been, it might have been you, Elise. I can't remember. It might have been you that typed it in chat. But I was like freaking out. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, 200. That just seems crazy to me, that 200 people. It's crazy to me that 200 people ever watch this stream. Usually, like on like a slow night like tonight, a slow weather night, we're just BSing, talking, because there's really nothing going on. There's a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, both up in Canada, and flash flood warnings. So we just talk about whatever. But yeah, that just blew me away, because I'm still learning this whole YouTube thing. I mean, I used to always use YouTube for like how-to videos, to like how to fix my dryer and how to change the light bulb in my car and stuff like that. But I didn't realize that many people are on YouTube watching weather. I just started doing the weather streaming just because I enjoy it. Like, I like doing it even when I'm not streaming. I would like watching the weather and learning more about it, and geography and science and all that kind of stuff. But I had no idea the demand that, maybe it's not demand, maybe it's just curiosity, or people want to see where the weather is, where they live, that kind of thing. But I've watched some other streams too, not about weather, but like other stuff. And I watch their chats sometimes, and people get really hostile in some of these chats that I see, especially like gaming ones, because like my son plays these video games, so I go on YouTube to learn how to play it with him. And people will be streaming their games, and I'm watching it, and I'm not really paying attention to chat. But then I start looking at chat, and maybe it's because of the age. They're younger folks, and they're just like so hostile towards each other. But it seems like in our streams, like not just mine, but the other weather guys too. And I think it's because we have a little bit older audience, and everybody's so kind and helpful. Like I can't, like sometimes, like last night when it was really busy, I couldn't keep up with the chat. I couldn't read every single comment because I was looking at another screen, and I don't have the comments on that screen. I was like really focused on the radar. But I always try to look over to my left to read the comments and everything like that. And everybody's always so polite. It really blows me away. I was like, man, these people are different than, the ones watching like the streaming game and stuff like that. And I was like, man, I'm so glad everybody's so nice, because I was expecting some people are really mean. Like I was expecting sometimes that people would be like, you suck, your channel sucks, or your radar thing sucks, and stuff like that. That's what I was like expecting the whole time. So I was almost ready, like when I first started streaming, I was like, I'm not having chat. I'm gonna disable that. But everybody's like super nice, really nice, which is really cool to see. It's like, wow, I found a community where people are actually civil to each other, and not bringing politics and stuff like that. And like I see on some other channels, like somebody will just like put in like so and so 2024 or something like that, and then of course that's going to upset the other half of the people, and then they start fighting, and it's just I've seen that before, and it's just crazy. And it always seems to be in those gaming channels too. It's pretty wild. I wish we had more of a. I know it would probably be really hard to do. I wish this Radar Omega app could tap into weather stations in other countries. We get a little bit, like if we go north, we can get a little bit into Canada. I think there was like one or two weather stations up there that we could get into, or maybe it's the weather station that was in New York that was allowing us to see that tornado area up in near Ottawa or wherever that was a little while ago. But I wish we could like tap into like Mexico and down here in Central and South America just for the heck of it. Not that I know anybody down there, but it would be cool, to get reactions from other people and see what they're seeing. Yeah, you're right, Patty. It is. It's sometimes I think people just get on there to maybe they're just angry at something that's going on with them right then, and they just try to take it out on other people. Because if chat was like that, if this little weather channel chat was like that, I would just disable it. I would just turn it off because then it wouldn't be fun anymore. I like talking about the weather and zooming around the map and checking out different geographies and hearing different people's stories. Like Grizzly was talking about, being up in Omaha and his experience was had a a crazy experience with a tornado. I like hearing those kind of stories. I like to hear what other people are experiencing and the crazy weather they've seen. It's really interesting, and to get a different perspective from people in different parts of the country. So you experienced a EF2 tornado when you were 7 years old. You were absolutely terrified whenever it thundered for years. Had tornado until yeah, man. That's exactly what I was talking to Grizzly about. He had a really scary thing with a tornado that came through close to his neighborhood, and that can be traumatizing. And it's the triggers that sets it off. It'll set off that anxiety inside you. So like thunder and lightning, they go hand in hand. Most of the time with a tornado. And a lot of people get triggered by smells. Like if somebody experiences a traumatic situation and there's a particular smell in that area, that smell, if they smell it, for years, it can trigger that anxiety and really get them going. Really? So Australia, Japan, Germany can be seen on Radar Omega? Is that? Do I have to buy an add-on to see that? Let me zoom over to Germany really quick. I'm kind of curious. I don't know if I've ever been able to look at that. Then maybe I have to pull up. Let me try to pull up single radar and see if that works. Oh my gosh, you're right. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's so nice. That's why I love our chat. I've learned like three things tonight. Like somebody else educated me about HD antennas for home use. Um, Elise and I forget the other guy's name that was talking about the HD antennas, and they were educating me on that. But see, that's the great thing about chat. Everybody's so nice. I had no idea that you could do that. I don't see anything here. I don't know if they have anything showing up on their radars, but it goes all the way down. There we go. Look at that. We can see Germany. Here's Munich. Isn't that cool? Oh my gosh. Who said that? Who told me that? Jesse. Jesse, I owe you, dude. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. That is awesome. I had no idea we could do that. I thought it was just the lower 40. I thought it was just like the continental U.S. and a little bit of Alaska and Hawaii. I don't even know. I don't think I've ever even looked at Hawaii. So you said we can do Australia, Japan, and Germany. Let's go down to Japan. Let's go over to Japan and see what's going on over there really quick, since there's not much going on here. Wow, look at all those roads in Japan. That is so densely populated. Holy cow. There's I don't see a radar station for Japan, but I do see one over here for South Korea, it looks like. Look at that. Wow. Wow, look at that. Wow, look at those winds. It's these winds are out in the ocean right here. They're like consistent 70, 80 mile an hour winds. There's some really strong ones mixed in there. There's a 93 mile an hour wind. There's a 102 mile an hour wind. And again, this is off the it looks like it's off the west coast of South Korea. Oh man, let's all give Jesse a round of applause. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I don't know how often we're going to use it, especially on the stream, but I'll use it, in my private time because like I said, I like looking at weather and everything like that. Wow, that is so cool. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go down to Australia. Let's go down there and see. Oh wow, they have a ton of weather stations down here. Look at that. Wow, you just like doubled my app experience here. This is crazy. Wow, Australia's a lot bigger than I thought. They don't have any storms down there right now. Looks like a couple little pieces of rain right there. Yeah, they don't have too much going on there down there right now. Or their radar sites are, oh, there's a little bit. I don't know the geography of Australia though. I'm gonna have to do some research on that to find out where all the population's at. I guess Sydney would be the biggest city. That's like their capital, I think. Oh, Jesse, you rock. You are awesome. Look at that. So that's Sydney, and we can use all the same. Whoops, I lost it. Darn it, I messed up. It's saying give me an error message on that one. Let's try. There we go. So that's Sydney, Australia. Very cool. Maybe we can get some viewers from Australia, South Korea, and Germany, and we could start covering their weather too. Yeah, typhoon season. Oh, GR, that's right. Because they're opposite of us. Australia is about to go into their winter season. I forgot about that. So the population is generally by the coast. Yeah, I could believe that because I mean Sydney, that looks like it's right on the coast right there. Let's see. Oh man, this is going to be so much fun. I'm such a nerd when it comes to weather and stuff. I really like this stuff, and you just opened my eyes to it. It's like you just gave me like a little present right here. I had no idea. Oh, I'm gonna have fun playing with this, comparing like weather patterns and stuff like that down in Australia and South Korea and stuff. If they got one over in Japan, that would be really cool. I hope they add some weather stations from there. Wow, that's really cool. Oh man, you just gave me hours of fun right here. Shoot, so if anybody has any relatives or if you're planning a trip or something like that, and you need a weather forecast for Australia, South Korea, and Germany, we got you covered now. That's awesome. Awesome, possum. That's so cool. Yeah, I hope they really. Oh, wait a minute. Here's another one. What is this? It's in red. It says the data is older than 30 minutes. This is likely because the tower is offline. So if one of these towers is red, it's offline. Here's some islands. I don't know what islands these are. It's south of Japan in the Philippine Sea. There's like a little. I can't pronounce any of these. One of them's named San Jose and Didio. These are like just small islands, kind of like out here in the middle of nowhere. Oh, there's Hawaii. It looks like they have weather stations and 4 weather stations in Hawaii. There's one up here on this one island, Kappa, and then it looks like they got one in Honolulu. It looks like. Is there one there? No, there's not one in Honolulu. There's one on this island though. Wasn't there a volcano erupting right now somewhere in Hawaii on one of those islands? And then there's one down here. That's really cool. Oh, I would love to. If I could find an app or some other software that would help me tap into the whole world as far as weather, that would be awesome. So June through August, there's a lot of high winds in southern Australia and Tasmania. Well, we'll be able to see that now. That's awesome. No, JC, the nobody was really expecting that in Maryland. We looked at before I logged off last night. We went over the forecast for today, and I think the only thing that was predicted for Maryland and Virginia, the DC area, I think there was like a very slight risk of thunder, something like that. Maybe like they were going to get a thunderstorm at the most, but it said slight. So no, that was a total shock to everybody. I wasn't expecting it. I had like right when I got from the dinner table, it was like I was gonna like wait a half an hour and then bam, everything went crazy. That's how crazy this year's been, with the weather. It's weird stuff like that is been happening. Mm-mm-mm. So check out the winds down here. Let's see. Let's see what their wind speeds are down here at Sydney. Farther in the ocean you go, they're like in the mid 20s right now. But I think somebody mentioned that it was like June through August, so I guess they're just hitting their winter season right now. It's just the beginning. I wish it would give me a little bit more information, but that's better than nothing. That's pretty good. Oh, that's the name of the website? Oh, wow. Check that out. Oh, wow. That's so cool. Oh, I got to save that to my favorites. Here, I'll pull it up on here. I think I have a browser up. Let's see. Oh, wow. That's showing like the wind directions and everything. Oh, shoot. I gotta bookmark this. Because this will help us when we're tracking some of the storms. It had a marginal risk today. Yeah, yeah, you're right. It did. It just exploded. Wow, check this out. This is really good. At least just pointing this out to me. This is windy.com. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Let's see if it's got an animation to it. Yeah, it does down here at the bottom. Wow, that's pretty cool. Let's see what happens when we zoom in. It shows lightning strikes. Very cool. Well, now we got something a backup, just in case. But I mean, this shows. See, Radar Omega doesn't have those. At least I'm not aware of how to bring it up. The wind like that. It would like it will show like general wind direction. Like you can get it to where it shows little arrows, but they're not animated like that. Oh, that's cool. It's got a really neat sound effect for the lightning. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Let's see. Let me see if I can get it to do it again. So here's one. That's more. I really like this. This functionality about it is the wind. So look at that. So like last night, it would have been really cool to had this last night because remember when that storm crossed over into that was going down to Oklahoma City, and we thought it was going to be going more in a southerly direction, and then I forget what highway it was it crossed when it got through Oklahoma, but it crossed this one highway, and then it got hit by those winds that were going away from the radar, and then it turned like almost going straight east. When it and then it went southeast. Remember, it caught just the southern corner of Arkansas, and then it went into Louisiana, and that's when my stream died. I believe the stream died right when the storm was going into Louisiana. That's the last thing I remember. But this is really cool. I don't know if you guys can see it on stream or not because it's actually pretty. Let me zoom in. You might be able to see like the little dots that are kind of floating. That's really neat. Let's pull up temperature and see what we get for temperatures right now. Oh wow, this is really nice. That's nice. Look at that. And it still shows the wind too. This is awesome. Rain accumulation, thunderstorms. That's going to be very useful for us when we're using even like we could like if we're wondering where the storm is going to go. We can we won't be able to tell exactly because I'm not a meteorologist or anything like that, but at least it'll give us a general. Like if that storm last night was in Dallas, you could tell by the winds that it would go southeast, and instead of just going southeast to the ocean, we would be able to see that it would probably go southeast until it got to like Baton Rouge, and then according to this map, then the wind shift to a northeast direction. So if somebody asked me, I'm in northern Mississippi, am I going to get that storm? Last night I would have said no because it was heading southeast. But if I would have had this right here, I would have seen that when you get to Alabama, the winds change. So that would have been really helpful. Yeah, I saw the heat map too. Oh man, thanks for coming in, GR. The more people we can get, the better because we're learning a lot of stuff here. We're learning about all the functions of Radar Omega. We're learning about these cool websites, the weather websites. And I learned earlier tonight that I need to get an HD antenna for my TV so I can get a lot more channels. Yeah, exactly. At least that's huge. Being able to see where those winds are going, that's amazing. That's really cool. So you can actually get an app. So then that way I could maybe put like if we're watching one area like really closely, maybe I could get both apps going side by side. But I would need to learn everything about this. It's going to take me a little while. We could even have like, let me see. So like we could have that up there. Wow, that's got a lot of stuff. There we go. Let's go up to just for the heck of it. Let's go to PA and let's find a storm. There we go. Where's that? Philadelphia, and then let's see where Philly's at. There it is. So now we have a lot better idea. Let me we can zoom into Philly here, and let's run like 21 frames back. Run it, let it go forward, and then oh come on, don't stop on me. Radar Omega's acting weird. So those clouds that are over Philadelphia right now, if the map on the left says that the winds are going like northeast. Radar Omega won't let me. It won't. Let me try to take it back less frames and see if that's a problem. There it goes. Well, if we look at the wind speeds, let's see. Oh, those winds are pretty strong right there. 17. Yeah, that's really neat. I'm gonna have to play around with that. Oh, they have cameras too? Oh, so it does show the whole world. Wow, that's cool. I'd like to see if they have like somebody mentioned that there is a camera. Let's see. Webcams. There we go. Oh wow, here we go. Okay. All right. So, oh wow, they have quite a few. Look at all these. Let's look at one. Let's see if we have one in Maryland here. We don't have. Well, yeah, up here is where the storm was. That's on the Delaware side, though. I think. Let's see what happens. Oh, this is like actually somebody who has a camera in their backyard. That's wild. That must have been when the tornado went through. Holy cow! You see those trees bending right there on the time lapse? That's cool. That's really cool. I'm gonna check out this app in the app store after I get off tonight and see if they have any more tools to use besides the ones on the website. Wow. Let's look at. Let's see if we can. Let me go back to Radar Omega and find out where the rain's at. So there's between Allentown and Pennsylvania. Philadelphia. Let's see if we've got any up there. Any webcams that will show the rain. Maybe right here, this one. The last picture was seen 7 minutes ago. Let's pull it back here. I don't see any rain there. The streets are wet though. The ground's wet, so maybe it's rain there. So it looks like it clicks a picture every hour. Maybe that's how it works on those. Let's go up here. There's a camera for Western Spur north of Interchange 18 West. Yeah, that's crazy, Elise. Thank you. That's gonna that might help a lot. That's a really cool feature. Really cool. Yeah, I might have to figure out a way to incorporate that into the stream. I'm gonna just have to play around with it and see what it has that the Radar Omega doesn't have, and play around with it. That's really neat. I'm gonna check to see if it's for iOS. I'm sure it is. Me. Yeah, it looks like they actually have it for the all the iOS devices. Wow, this is going to be really. I think this is something that would be a really good tool for exactly what we're doing here. I'm going to have to play around with it. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot involved there too. That's really good. Click to 24 hours. Oh, wow. There's a 30-day. So it just probably takes a picture. It just takes one from every day. Wow, that really is cool. That's pretty neat. And then it gives the other nearest the nearest cams. Well, I think this will be really helpful. Like when somebody comes in the chat, and say, "Hey, can I get can you look at this certain area?" I think we'll be able to give them more information out besides just the radar and precipitation. We can really tap into give people a lot more information. Or maybe they have remember that one person who was in Oklahoma last night, and they were expecting that heavy hail and rain, but their husband was down in, I think the town was Denton, and it was like 30 miles away, and she was trying to get him a forecast for the roads driving up. This would have really helped, because if I could have seen the wind pattern, that would have helped a lot to tell if that storm was in fact going to move southeast and not just to the south. That would have been pretty cool. So I've learned 3 things today. I learned about the HD antennas. That's going to be huge. I learned that Radar Omega goes into Germany, South Korea, and Australia. So we learned that. And now I've learned that probably everybody else already knew about it. I learned about the Windy app. That's really neat. I consider this a successful stream then. I came away with a lot of knowledge. And the other good thing is all the dangerous weather seems to be past us for a while. That's awesome. That is awesome. Let's see if we're getting more things up here from Maryland. Let's see. I'm not sure if that's the same video we saw or not. Yeah, that's the same video we saw earlier. Let's see. Wow. This is a Gaithersburg melon. Oh, man. Look at that. That tornado is really close. Look at those tree limbs. It's just ripping trees up out of the ground. That's insane. Look at that one tree back there in front of that house. I mean, it almost snapped that tree in half. Here comes all the debris. Wow, that's scary as hell. No severe weather outbreaks in the forecast for the next several days. Well, that's what we said yesterday, and then we ended up getting 4 to 5 tornadoes in Maryland. So I don't really trust the forecast anymore. Wow, there's another picture of that outbreak in Silverton. Not outbreak, but I think they had like 1 or 2 tornadoes. We were following that one live. I'll never forget that one. That one's wild. Yeah, that video was nuts. That's crazy. Shoot, I will be right back. I need to put one more thing in here. Wow, that's awesome. Right, I'll be right back. I gotta let the dog out really fast. What are you doing? Did you draw?
It's Pokemon. One that.
Really?
You
What
have
did you write down there?
Pokemon?
Here, you show you how to draw Pokemon. P O K E M O N.
It's sideways.
Well, yeah, I put it sideways. I gotta get that.
P-O-K-E. What? Wait on the O and the K. And what's that?
I'm almost done streaming. I got like 30 minutes. And I want to keep about this more Pokemon. First, we gotta go in your room and take a picture of all the Pokemon. What's up, Bo?
Bob is mine.
All right, all right, all right. Let's see if we got any. I don't think any new notifications came up. Let's see. Looks like Ohio just got issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go to this single site there. Wow, that's a really big chunk of rain. Holy moly. Check that out. Looks like it's going to be blowing into Pittsburgh here in a minute. Pittsburgh's going to get some light rain and possibly moderate to heavy rain here if it keeps blowing that way. There's a little bit of thunder and lightning in there just to the west of 77. It's kind of slow moving though. Let's look at the wind velocity. It's blowing at about 20s. I think there was a 30 in there, mostly teens and 20s. It's blowing that to the east. I'd say maybe within the next hour, it'll probably be heading towards Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh should start getting rain though here just in a minute or so. Just light rain, nothing crazy. Oh, is that right? That's funny. Yeah, that mic is real sensitive.
8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 4, 6.
But it looks like that's the only thing we have going on here right now. I think the folks in Pittsburgh are probably going to start getting the rain here in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Let's see.
You want to kick it out?
Let me check the thing here. And it looks like we're going to be hitting midnight here in just a couple minutes, Central Time.
3, 6, 9.
Wow, so 1988, your town was totally destroyed, and there was no warning. Yeah, it's always. I think. Well, back in '88, not too many people had cell phones. I don't know if anybody. I don't remember. I didn't know anybody that had a cell phone back in '88. But I think now, today, with the technology, it's a lot. People can get information so fast and have so many different alerts set up. Like when my phone went off earlier, it kind of shocked me because I didn't realize that it was an Amber Alert, but my phone started making that crazy Amber Alert sound. But it's the same sound that they use for severe thunder. And I was like, it was like right when we were watching those tornadoes in Maryland, and I was like, oh no, there's going to be a tornado here in Kansas. Oh, it wasn't on TV either. That's wild. But But I mean, people. A lot of people complain. They're like, "Oh, people just stare at their cell phones." But I mean, it's really become a really. It's almost required, because I mean, you can keep up with so many different things like weather alerts, Amber Alerts, all those kind of things. There's been times that I was at a t-ball game last year, my son, and I didn't. There wasn't anything in the forecast for our area being in a tornado watch or anything like that. It was almost like the same thing that Maryland did happened to today. And we were at the t-ball game, and I got an alert on my phone. It was like one of those flash alerts that came up even on the lock screen, saying that we were under a tornado watch, and it wasn't in the forecast at all. So, I mean, luckily we didn't get hit by a tornado, but at least gave us the warning that hey, we needed to take cover. Let's see, what does that say? Okay. Let me check one other site here. Yeah, exactly. At least that's exactly right. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, we can hold in the palm of our hands now information like you can have this app on your phone, you know. And back in the day, you would have to like go home and turn on the TV, and maybe your local news would have something about a tornado warning. But you know, now it's instant information. Gr, that's the same exact thing we must have watched the same show. Yeah, I think I might have seen the same. It might not have been the same show, but they said the same exact thing that Tornado Alley is kind of moving. So like, I I'm I'm guessing this is Tornado Alley right here. You know, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and I guess Nebraska is kind of like Tornado Alley. And the program that I was watching was saying that it's moving more towards the east, just as you said, over more towards Louisiana, Mississippi, Nashville, Kentucky. Because we saw some wicked tornadoes in Kentucky this year. But again, maybe I don't know all about like the whole El Nino thing. I'm not sure if there's one right now, but I remember, gosh, it was like 10 years ago. The first time I ever heard of El Nino, it was really affecting our weather as far as like areas that were typically dry were getting rain, and the areas that typically got rain were really dry. So I don't know. I don't know if it's like a 7 year cycle or 10 year cycle, something like that. I don't know. But one thing that was, like I said, one thing that was really interesting on that graphic that Fox put up. I still can't like Texas was first, Nebraska was second, and Ohio was third for the most tornadoes this year, and then like Kansas and Oklahoma came in like fourth or fifth. I had no idea that Ohio had so many tornadoes confirmed this year. I know they had a few. We actually covered a couple of them, but I had no idea that they had the third most tornadoes confirmed this year. That seems really strange to me. I mean, I've never lived in Ohio, so I didn't used to keep up with that kind of stuff. But Something's definitely weird about this year. And it's definitely been more severe, not just changing location, but this year, I don't know if we've set a record or not as far as confirmed tornadoes in a year, but I think by the time the summer's over, we may be either close to breaking a record or maybe breaking a record for the most confirmed tornadoes because just in the last month, it just seems crazy. I had no idea that we had so many tornadoes. Apparently, this year is just a little different, maybe. Yeah, that's really interesting. That kind of makes me wonder, though, if the folks on TV that are predicting this year's hurricane season is right. If I mean, considering we've had the amount of tornadoes that we've had, I wonder if we're going to have a more intense hurricane season because they've been pretty lucky the last 5 years as far as hurricanes, especially on the east coast of Florida. Everything last year seemed to be headed in that direction, and then at the last minute they turned north and would either go into South Carolina or North Carolina, or just miss the coast completely, and they would just go back out to sea. Yeah, South. Yeah, that's what they're predicting is Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. They're expecting a really, really bad hurricane season this year. So that'll be interesting to keep an eye on. I mean, I think I saw some even this evening. I saw something regarding. Um, it wasn't hurricane activity, but it was like they were showing like all the different, jet streams and weather, or I'm sorry, the temperatures of the oceans and stuff like that in those areas that they normally get hurricanes for, and they were like, yeah, all these different things are kind of coming together to make it favorable for more hurricanes this season. So it's definitely going to be interesting. Yeah, that's what everybody's predicting. It's more so. We'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully, we don't get any of those crazy. Hopefully, they're smaller hurricanes. They're not one of those like Hurricane Katrina deals. That was. We don't need any more of those. The ground in Louisiana is so wet right now, with all the rain they've had and being below sea level in some of those areas. There's a there's 5 tropical waves in the Atlantic right now. I see. I don't think that's. I can't see that. I don't think there's any way. I would have to use another app or I guess watch the Weather Channel for that. Yeah, you're right, Gr. You're absolutely right. You can't take anything lightly, especially with a tornado. You have to take all of them. I take them all serious. I don't ever say like, oh, it's nothing, but I take every single warning like that serious, especially if it's coming close to home. I'm always ready. It's like I said, when we're under tornado warning, my safe spot's my basement. So I typically keep the door to the basement locked, but if we're in a tornado warning, I unlock that so I can get down there a lot faster. Let me just double check to see if there's any new warnings. If not, I think I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to keep the radar map going, though. It looks like the only severe thunderstorm warnings are still the same two that are up in Ohio right now, and those look like they're pretty much breaking up, blowing into Pennsylvania. They're still getting a lot. It looks like there's a lot of rain over in eastern Pennsylvania too, and then that last storm is going to blow in from Ohio, and then they got a little bit down near in South Carolina. Pittsburgh, yeah, I think those storms that are blowing in from Ohio right now, none of them really look too strong. But that first part looks like it's blowing into Pittsburgh right now. And it looks like light rain. There's a little bit of medium rain there. There's a couple little orange spots right there, just north of Cambridge. It's crossing over Interstate 77. It looks like it's going towards Pittsburgh, but um, I don't even think it's a thunderstorm. I don't see any thunder. I don't know why I keep saying that. You can't see thunder. I don't see any lightning. I don't see any lightning going through there. I don't see any lightning in that storm at all. So I think for the rest of the night for Pittsburgh, you're probably just going to get light to maybe a little bit of medium rain. And like I said, I don't think y'all are going to get too much lightning or anything like that. Yeah, it looks like it should be there. If it's not raining there right now, it should be raining in just the next couple minutes. Heck yeah. I think that's the last of it right there, that storm that's blowing into Pittsburgh, and that last little bit that's in eastern Pennsylvania going through New Jersey. And then it just looks like it's all going to blow out to the ocean, to the Atlantic out there. They got a little bit more rain left in Trenton, I think. It looks like it's just going in there, and then there's that little part of the storm that's going through Berkeley Township, Stafford Township, right above Atlantic City, and then there's a little bit of a storm just to the south of Allentown, and it looks like that's going to keep on rolling, follow that other storm that just passed Trenton, and I think that's going to go blow right out to the Atlantic, and that should be the end of that one. It might nip just a little bit over here in New York. It might just catch a little bit of that, but I don't think it's going to be much. And then this little bit, yeah, it's more than a little bit. It's a pretty long storm, but it doesn't look violent or anything like that. I think that's just going to finish blowing across West Virginia, Pittsburgh, the southern part of Pennsylvania. And if it's blowing it more east than northeast, I think it's going to go ahead and go through West Virginia, probably into the northern part of Maryland, unfortunately. Not that they need any more rain after the crazy stuff they went through earlier today. But there's no warnings out there for the rest of the East Coast, just that little bit left in Ohio. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave the radar up and let that roll. I'm just going to pull it up. Let me just check out west real quick. See. Yeah, there's nothing in the west except for heat advisories. So I'm going to put the map right here so people can track it. So here's Pittsburgh right there. You can see that pretty clearly in Philadelphia. And you'll be able to keep an eye on that storm right there. I'll move in a little bit more. And I'll keep the map going. I'm gonna go off mic and camera and let that run. I'm gonna go take care of some stuff here, and I'm gonna try to make it an early morning. So I'm probably gonna be heading to bed here soon. But thanks a lot for everybody who came to the stream and everything like that. Sorry I didn't get that message about the tornadoes earlier in Maryland. I wish I would have got a notification. By the time I got a notification, there had already been 4 tornadoes spotted on the ground. But we were kind of able to catch just the tail end of that. And hopefully tomorrow we have a good weather day. And thanks for all the information about the antennas and that other app, that Stormy. Or I'm sorry, not Stormy. Windy. Windy app. And I'm really excited that I found out today that Radar Omega is able to have some weather stations, being able to tap into the weather stations in Germany, South Korea, and Australia. That was an awesome tip. Thank you so much for that. And everybody who gave me a thumbs up and participated in chat and subscribed. That was awesome. Thank you so much. If you haven't subscribed and want to subscribe, go for it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But anyhow, I hope everybody has a great rest of their night. And I will definitely see you guys on here. I'll probably be getting on. I'll leave the radar going, but I'll be back on mic and camera covering the weather tomorrow evening. And if anything crazy happens during the day, I'll definitely jump on and restart the stream so people get the notifications from YouTube. So that's kind of like one benefit of subscribing. So that might be a good thing. But anyhow, if anybody needs to send me a message, you can contact me on Twitter. It's the Twitter handle is WeatherZone411. You can send me a direct message on there. And that's pretty much it. All right, guys. Everybody have a good night. Stay dry. And I will catch you tomorrow. See ya.